Yeah, I know. It's been it's always been like that.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I'm sure it's not the end of the world.
We could have gotten. That's
Yeah, it's just because there's no excellence.
Make sure it's
Yeah, yeah. Overall.
Gang, if anybody needs parking vouchers, I have.
To work. I'm of the camp, I think they're just tools to get stuff done faster. And like that's going to be part of this process, like showing a shot from something where this takes 10 people, $50,000 to $100,000 for 2 weeks to make this, and you can do this as well. Yeah. And so as independent filmmakers, if that's like this is pretty valuable. I wish I had that stuff when I was in school.
Hello.
Hello. Tom, first of all, welcome to New York. I know it's a place you've always wanted to visit. At this point, does it feel like a different sort of fight week because you had little notice, or now you're here, you're doing all the media, it's just like any old week you're coming into?
It's just like any old week, mate. I've been here a little bit longer this time because I'm used to fighting in London, so I've been here for like 4 days already. Got a little time to chill and get used to the time change and stuff, but yeah, regular fight week, mate.
You've mentioned how you're going to do a Bisping for this fight. I remember when he fought Rockhold, he said, the lack of notice meant he couldn't overthink it. Are you feeling the same way?
Exactly the same. Exactly the same, honestly. Usually with like a 10-week fight camp, I've got so much time to it's like just a massive build-up, whereas this time, especially because I didn't have my visa, that took a lot as well. So I didn't train, didn't have my visa, and I was just scrambling around like last minute, and before you know it, they just throw me into New York. I'm here, don't even have time to think about the fight, so I think it's working to my advantage so far, but obviously I've not fought yet, so we'll see, mate, Saturday night.
That said, it was pretty obvious this was the guy you were going to fight anyway, right? It seemed like he was the logical next opponent for you, so you've been preparing for him, even if you haven't been in camp, you've been preparing for this guy for a while.
No.
Oh. So in that case, what are you expecting? You know, everyone's talking about he's very dangerous early on. So are you? So maybe the tactic should be, let's take him into deep waters and see how he does there, or do you rely on your own ability to get them out of there early and just be aggressive from the opening bell?
I don't know. I think it's heavyweight MMA. You got to see what happens. He's a very, very dangerous guy, as am I. And yeah, mate, I'm just focused on going in there and enjoying it. Like, this is my absolute dream, fighting in Madison Square Garden, heavyweight title. Pavlovich, like, everything is coming together, and I'm just going to go out there and do my thing and enjoy it.
What does it mean to fight in Madison Square Garden?
Can we switch it to someone who doesn't ask shit questions, please?
Oh, that's very mean.
No, it's obviously it's amazing. It's amazing. I would rather fight in Madison Square Garden than anywhere else in the world, so very excited about it.
Okay. Last one from me. Chael Sonnen says the winner of this fight is the real heavyweight champion. I'm curious if you agree.
Well, if Chael says it, if he says it, I will definitely agree. I'm not arguing with that guy. We see what that guy gets up to. I do not want to argument with him, so I would agree.
Tom, who did you think would be your most logical next opponent when you said no, that when Oscar just asked if Sergei was your most logical one next?
I wasn't really saying no to the fact that he was the most logical next opponent. I was saying no to the fact that I was preparing specifically for him. I wasn't preparing really for anybody. I was preparing for nothing. I was just in the gym training, helping other training partners who's got fights coming up and stuff, so I wasn't really preparing for anybody.
And what did you make of Sergei's last fight? Because when he fought Curtis Blades, a lot of people seemed surprised that Curtis wasn't shooting for takedowns, but I guess if you watch that fight back, Curtis was landing a lot of strikes. Sergei was just kind of walking through them and walking through Curtis's power. So what did you make of his last performance?
Yeah, I mean, I was also surprised that he wasn't going for takedowns, but like you say, he did have a lot of success just with he was landing. So maybe he believed that one of them was going to land and put his lights out. Do you know what I mean? So maybe he just got a little bit, I wouldn't say greedy, but he just got, he was having success, so he was just sticking with that. So I wasn't too surprised, I guess.
And then final one for me. I know a lot of fans are obviously excited for John Jones and Stipe, but it seems like in terms of an actual competitive fight, they seem more interested in you and Sergei because you're two new names to the top of the heavyweight division. You have like the record for shortest fight time and everything. So have you got a sense of that like these hardcore...
I started just staying away from all that. Like, I've had a really, really short time. I've basically not had time to prepare. Just not into that. Like, other people's opinions are other people's opinions, and I just stay away from that shit, to be honest. Their business and let them do their thing.
Tom, down here. to your right later later next year, man, to hand him a legitimate loss, and then obviously the prospect of fighting Stipe, who's considered the greatest heavyweight of all time.
Massive Russian going to come at me on Saturday, throwing absolute bombs. So if I was to think past that, that would be a little bit silly. So I'm just focused on Pavlovich right now. I'm not thinking about anything else at the moment.
And I know the fight hasn't rolled around yet, but it wasn't that long ago before you got into the UFC that you were struggling to have fights and that you made the decision in the world.
Yeah, I guess so, but I kind of expected it as well. You know, I've had a couple of tough times earlier in my career and stuff with injuries and with not being able to get matches, and I was really struggling for money at a few points as well, which was tough because I got children and stuff. So, yeah, I mean, it was, but also on the other hand, like I expected to be here. I expected to be UFC heavyweight champion. I expected to fight in New York one day, and yeah, so it is and it isn't. Like when I think back about how far I've come and stuff, it's good, but I don't really have time to do that. Like I think that's something that I'll look at maybe when I've retired, because at the minute I'm just like in the moment. At the minute I'm just looking forward to Saturday, and I'll think about all that stuff probably when I'm done with this sport. And
the odds are seemingly stacked against you. I mean, taking this fight on 2 weeks' notice is defying the odds. Something that you're relishing, that prospect.
I like that. I like it a lot, to be honest. I'm fighting the scariest guy in MMA, in my opinion, in the worst circumstances possible without a training camp. But I obviously think I can win. Like, I'm not the kind of guy who shows up for money or who, you know, I ain't signing a contract and showing up if I don't think I'm going to win. Like, I truly, truly believe that I can win on Saturday night and that I'm going to win. I'm an absolute winner and I'll find a way to win, no matter what the circumstances. So, yeah, the odds are definitely stacked against me, and it'll be even better when I win the title on Saturday night.
Cheers, man. Thank you.
At the back, Tom.
Oh, hello, mate.
Hi, mate. You touched on Bisping before, and obviously he's been there and done this. He's knocking about this week. Has he given you any advice on how to deal with this moment?
Yeah, I mean, me and Bisping is like my dear friend. I absolutely love Bisping. But before that, before we were friends, I was like a Bisping fanboy. I still am a Bisping fanboy. Like, I think what he's done for UK MMA and just MMA in general is absolutely unbelievable. Yeah, Bisping's always giving me advice. We're friends. We speak all the time. Yeah, he just tells me to just enjoy the moment. Don't let it overwhelm you. And that's what I intend on doing, because that's when I do my best work. I'm not going to go in there on Saturday, mate, and take it too serious. It's not life or death, mate. This is a sport, and I'm going to go in there and I'm going to enjoy myself. Win or lose, I'm going to enjoy myself on Saturday night, and I can't wait.
Talk to me about what it would be like to be the third British champion. Obviously, we haven't had a lot. It seems like MMA's just taken off in the country, and we could have a heavyweight champ by the weekend.
Yeah, UK MMA right now is absolutely wild. It's so, like, the level of the guys in the UK for such a small country is unbelievable. To be the third UK champion and the first UK heavyweight champion is something, yeah, that's what dreams are made of. But again, I'll think about that stuff, mate, when I've retired. Like right now, I've got big fights to win, massive fight on Saturday, and all that stuff will be amazing, but that's something for the kids and the grandkids when they're a bit older.
Yeah, just finally from me, obviously I was speaking to your dad Andy the other day, and he was telling me a story about how he quit his job to coach you and your brother, and 18 years later, here we are, about to headline or co-headline in MSG. What would it mean to put that title on your dad's shoulder on Saturday night?
Well, that's the most important thing for me. Like, ask anybody who I've ever trained with. Like, I've trained at plenty different gyms all over the world. Obviously, I've been training, mate. I've been involved with martial arts since I was 8 years old, and I'm 30. So it's been a long time. It's been plenty gyms. It's been plenty travel. There's been a lot, and every single person in every single gym will know my father because he's there literally every single session. Literally every session, near enough. From the time of me being 8 years old to me now being 30 years old, he's been there. So, yeah, that'll mean everything to me to give him the title.
Thanks, mate. Good luck.
Tom, just over here, just going off of that, you know, he's been such a massive part of your career. What was it like giving the news to him when you first heard that you would be taking this opportunity?
Well, he actually found out last, because So the UFC called me early in the morning at like 4 a.m. I accepted the fight. And they announced it straight away, which is something that I didn't realise that they were going to do. I thought they were like going to, I don't know, leave it for a while or whatever. Maybe let me sign the contract first. But yeah, they announced it like instantly at 4 a.m. But I don't know what time it was in Vegas. But it was 4 a.m. UK time. My dad woke up at like 9 a.m. or whatever. And obviously 4 or 5 hours had passed. And the whole world knew about it and he had no idea. So he rang me and was like, what's this about you fighting Pavlovich like in 2 weeks? So yeah, he was last, but you know, I feel like I'm ready to go. At the end of the day, it's me who's got to step in there, and if I feel ready, of course, if he turns around and says, "Listen, you shouldn't do it," I will definitely listen to that. But he didn't say that. Like he said, he was happy with it.
And you have been matched up with Sergei before in the past. Obviously, they did, you know, those fights didn't happen. Did that give any advantage in terms of obviously the short preparation that you've had?
I don't know, because it was a couple of years ago now I was supposed to fight him, like the last time I was supposed to fight him, and I think we've both evolved so much, especially, I think I've improved a lot since then. You know, I know his style and his tendencies and stuff, but the guy's straight up dangerous. I'm not even going to, like, beat around the bush and bullshit it. Like, the guy is really, really dangerous if you play his game, so I kind of know what to expect, but I've had a lot of fights at this point, and it doesn't always work out the way you think it's going to work out watching it on TV and then stepping in there in front of 20,000 people and millions around the world. It doesn't always work out like you imagine in your mind. So I think I know what I'm up against, but I don't really know until I step in there on Saturday.
And you've never made it into the third round, so are you anticipating that this could go the distance, and how have you been preparing yourself physically for that?
I mean, I don't want it to go into the third round. If I can knock him out with the first punch, I will do. Do you know what I mean? If I can take him down and submit him in 30 seconds, I definitely will do that as well. But if I've got to go 5 or 3 or whatever, like, I'm happy with that as well. Like, I'm pretty prepared. I was keeping my body in decent shape. Ideally, I would have liked 10 weeks, but I've not had that, obviously. But I'm a professional athlete and I take my job very serious, so I'm always in decent shape.
And you've said in the past that there's been some aspects of your game that you haven't been able to show yet because of the short octagon time. So do you think we see a different Tom Aspinall on Saturday? Oh,
there's a million things I've not had a chance to show, but on the other hand, there's probably a million things that he's not had a chance to show as well. He's got really short octagon time as well. The same as that goes for every UFC athlete, MMA athlete. Like we get 15 minutes, 25 minutes to show everything we can do. It's not long enough. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff there that I've got to show him that he's never seen before, and I'm sure he's got a lot of stuff to show me that I've never seen before from him. So that's what makes this sport so exciting, I guess.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gang, we have time for 2 more. 1, 2.
So, this is for the interim title. What do you think, should Jon Jones perhaps have vacated the title and this should be for the unified championship, or are you just fine with the interim?
No, I'm just fine with the interim. I'm not too bothered. It'll all work itself out, I'm sure. Jon Jones is obviously one of the best to ever do it. I would love to share the octagon with him one day. Got a lot of respect for him. Absolutely love his game. Massive fan of his. But as far as if it's for the interim title or the vacant title, doesn't really bother me too much.
So no care if he had vacated or not, and do you plan on calling him out should you win?
Oh, I'd love to fight Jon Jones. I've said that all along. It's no like disrespect to Jon Jones. I couldn't respect him more, like what he's done in the sport and stuff. Yeah, I'd like to fight Jon Jones after this for sure.
Hey Tom, back here in the back left. How do you feel physically and athletically? You've had a fight since the injury, and although not a full camp this time, but how much different are you mentally and with your physical skills since the injury?
Well, me pre-injury would have never took a fight like this. Absolutely never. So I think that just says where I'm at mentally. Like I would have never ever done this before I injured my knee, because I was struggling with a bad knee for a long time. My training now, I train with heavyweights like every day, every single day for the last like 18 months now. So I know exactly where my body's at. Before, I guess I was kind of guessing where my body's at a lot because I wasn't training with heavyweights regular, and now I train with heavyweights every day. So I know that I've got the size and the strength and all the rest of the stuff, the physical attributes to fight, and I know when I'm ready to fight. And obviously I wouldn't have took this fight if I didn't think I was close to being ready. So I'm much more confident now, mate, moving forward.
And what's it like assessing an opponent like Sergei, who has a lot of fights that are mostly quick knockouts. How difficult is it to look for a weakness from someone like that?
Well, I basically can't find a weakness. I don't think anyone can look at his fights and be like, this is where he's good and this is where he's bad, because he's not really shown much bad at this point. So I just got to do my thing. The biggest advantage that I've got is he's fought no one who moves anything like me, because there's not a guy in the heavyweight division who moves like me at all. So you can't prepare for me. It's really difficult for my training partners who train with me every day to be able to figure out what I'm doing. So guys who have never experienced anything like my movement, that's my biggest advantage that I've got. It's not his weaknesses, because I can't look at his game and be like, right, he's weak there, because he's not shown any weaknesses. So I just got to bring things that he's not seen before.
Nothing from him about the audio.
Cool.
I just lowered it a bit on my end. I just told him, I'm like, there's still a little noise. I'm like, I just lowered it 10.
Yeah.
In camera, it's like, he did say lag.
Okay.
So about 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's the might be 12. It's the main card, I think, which is 2 each. It's 5 fights. It's 10. And then there's a different fight over at the there's an arena that's right on. It's much smaller. Yeah. I don't think it's called that. Yeah, I think they're coming out. Just the minutes of that.
Gotcha.
So I think it's 12.
Okay. I mean, I have an hour and a half on each, 3 hours total. That's a lot. 15 minutes. But I'm just glad.
Yeah, there's always, I think they're recording it with the truck too.
Yes.
But, God forbid something happens there, so we'll have cameras.
Oh, yeah, sure.
We'll just dump on our truck.
Just help.
What's that?
No, nothing. Let everyone know.
Yeah, so quarter two, a little bit long.
This is like, this might be like being streamed, right? What's up?
It's streaming on YouTube. It's probably streaming live on the UFC channel.
We have Loopy next, gang. Loopy's next.
camp, or how was preparation for this, considering you only fought, like a couple weeks ago?
Yes. Well, it's just, get back into the routine again and, start training again for this fight. I have 5 weeks to get ready for Tabata, and I feel it was enough. Since I already had my last camp, which was 8 weeks. And, I've been doing my camps now in Mexico, in Guadalajara, with Team Lobo, so I have never, ever felt so prepared in my career than now.
How soon after your last fight did they come with you to this fight with Tabitha?
It was about a week and a bit, a week and a few days. I was actually, so after the fight, I went to Toronto and then I went to Vancouver. I live in Vancouver. Back to Mexico, my stuff, it was in my bag still, I had to hurry up, I had to wash everything and repack again. Yeah, well, I'm a game. I'm always, they call me because they know I'm always ready. And back and fight, I was like, okay.
Wise, because Tabitha's not going to be here for media day. It's just you in terms of this fight. So do you think the UFC sees something that they can build off of moving?
Something that for me to flow. Love to talk to you guys. So it's just.
We were both in LFA around the same time. Was she a name that you knew eventually you would have to fight, whether it was back then or presently?
Yeah, of course. When we both were in LFA, I was like, oh, maybe, they will give me next. And especially because she was teammates with Vanessa, the girl that I fought for the belt. And I was like, thought that she was going to be, actually my coaches were watching her fight after my last fight, because they kind of thought, oh, I think she's next. So we were already ahead of the game,
So overall, what do you make of her skill set? Like, what strengths do you believe that she carries into the octagon? Because if you just look at her resume, she has a lot of submissions, a lot of decisions, a couple finishes. So what do you make of her skill set overall?
She has a great judo, a great jiu-jitsu, but I have a great wrestling. I have great hands. I have a lot of power. So I feel it's a great matchup for Saturday night.
The final one for me, I'm sure you've heard the rumors the UFC might be going back to Toronto in January. I assume you would be interested in another quick turnaround to be on that card, if possible?
Yeah, I'm not thinking too much ahead right now, but let's see what happens. I took the year off. I had some things to do. They call me, and I'm here.
Loopy over here. Something different about this card is you're sharing it with a couple of teammates as well. I guess, what's that like to kind of come in as a group and have not only your own goals, but kind of team goals as well?
It's amazing, and we start from the gym, the energy in the gym, the energy in 5 weeks, and now we get to be in the back together. We are actually very crazy.
And being back in Mexico, now training, have you noticed a change over time in combat sports in terms of the MMA side there? Like, boxing's obviously always been big, but do you feel like that there's even more talent coming, and is it something noticeable to you?
Oh my gosh, yes. In just alone in that gym, Lobo gym, and it's crazy. Like, they're so young still, and they're so good, and I can see that they're gonna become champions too one day, and we have champions there from other organizations, and it's a great team. It's the perfect.
Mackenzie, over here.
Hi.
Nice outfit, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
So I'm curious, how's Fight Week been for you in camp leading up to this? Because obviously, New York City is kind of a beast unto itself. It's not really any cities like this in the world. So how's Fight Week been treating you so far?
Good. I just got here. Yeah, so much stuff, but that's what it's about. Us a little bit behind, the fight and the fighter and our lifestyle and kind of who we are. Then it doesn't matter just to go fight and no one really knows anything about you. So it's only hard just to see New York cheesecake and pizza and all the food and stuff like that. We were just talking about that. I'm like, man, I wish I could eat, but definitely thinking about that. And yeah, it's good.
Has fighting here in New York in Madison Square Garden, was that a goal for you at all coming up?
Yeah, definitely. Even before I was here to see Cheeto when he fought Frankie Edgar, to support him. I saw Rose, Young Wei Li. But even before then, man, this is the most famous arena in the world, So that was always a goal of mine to fight here. And after my last fight, I asked for a former champion, so it's kind of they kind of gave me everything. So now I have no excuses. I need to do good.
When you asked for a former champion and they came to you with Jessica, were you surprised that was the name, considering you're on this roll and she's on 3-fight losing streak and she's fought a lot in a relatively short amount of time? So were you surprised that she was the name they presented to you?
No, I mean, I know she's down to fight, and since I saw her accepting a lot of fights, they had offered her to me last year, but it was a short notice, and I had said no. So when they offered her, it was something I expected. Yeah, she's accepted. I'm seeing her during the year accept these fights. I had asked for Rose, but then Rose had gone up a weight, So I still think it's even a better matchup for me, Jessica. And I know that, she had a full fight camp for this. I know she's coming off 3 losses. Everyone's like, oh, do you think she's going to be kind of dismotivated? I think if she's anything like me, she's going to be super motivated, no one wants to lose 4 times. A loss just pushes you to try and get better, especially when you have a full fight camp, I'm just hoping 5 fights in a year takes a toll on her a little bit, but everyone knows she has knockout power. This is a big test. She lost to Tatiana Suarez, who's undefeated. Yan, who I know exactly those punches of Yan. She punches hard. I took a couple of them in my fight, so she's not easy. And then Erin, who, has good grappling, good striking, so future prospect kind of thing. So she didn't lose to anyone, that's not up there, you know what I mean? So it definitely doesn't take anything away. I know she's gonna come totally motivated for this fight, but. Yeah, I was hoping for Rose or something, but Jessica's still a battle, and I think it's a good matchup for me.
Well, speaking of that, the 3 losses that you brought up, like you said, they are to, future title challengers and undefeated fighters. So do you think, us as media and fans are looking too much into those 3 losses in a row, considering who she did lose to?
For sure, especially short notice fights, you know what I mean? Kind of, yeah, definitely. I think, and just with the way that things have been going, I don't think. I could only see is just it taking a toll on her body, physically and maybe mentally draining, but and I think she fought Erin, who's jiu-jitsu but has striking, Yan, who's a striker, and then Tatiana, who's wrestling and southpaw, she fought 3 totally different types of fighters, and she's been in the UFC 10 years, you know what I mean? Even we're basically the same age. I feel she's way older with how much experience she's had, so if you've had 5 fights, and her first win with Lauren this year, Lauren Murphy in Brazil that I watched too, I was there, she did great, so it's she's still there, she's still got this, you know what I mean? And I think that she's gonna come with, I don't know, strategy. Everyone knows that she goes into the fight, but I think going through the 3 fights, she was submitted twice and knocked out once. I think she's gonna come with a little bit more different fight plan, probably still going for war, always walking forward, but I definitely think that she wants to take my head off. She wants to kill me in this fight, and I think she's gonna be really intent on me taking her to the ground.
Well, you mentioned 2 of her last 3 losses have been by submission. I would imagine that you like this matchup even more, considering your skill set.
Yeah, for sure, especially since Tatiana isn't really a jiu-jitsu girl. She got her black belt, I think, on that fight actually after, but that's not her base, And then Erin, who she did good striking with her, Erin was striking good with her, and when she did take her to the ground, I didn't see her jiu-jitsu like too effective, of Jessica. So definitely that gives me like more confidence. I mean, all my fights, everyone knows that it's the easier route for me is to the ground. The hard part is to get it to the ground. But like I said, I'm usually the fighter that's chasing. And like Angela, my last fight, she kept coming forward, and Jessica keeps coming forward. So I think that's really going to give me like opportunity to showcase some different things and just me evolving as a MMA fighter in a whole.
Final one for me. Obviously, Henry Cejudo said a lot about you from his time with you. He says you're like a win or two away from possibly fighting for the title. So what was it like training with him down at Fight Ready?
It was great. I mean, he's like my size, so he was like my training partner. He helped me like literally hands-on kind of thing. And then, I mean, yeah, he's someone who was Olympic champion in his own sport, was able to transition that to MMA, which is totally different, And one thing that I felt like I was missing a lot was like this range, your range as a fighter. As a grappler, we have no range. We're just in your like personal space all the time, So, I would like hit someone, land a shot, I'd feel them like, I'd feel that they'd feel it, and then I like kind of run into them, and I wouldn't keep a distance, and I didn't realize that I have my own distance and my opponent has their own distance. So like Jessica, for example, I don't want to be in her distance, I can strike with her and not be getting hit by her, you know what I mean? Because I'm longer and I'm not, you know what I mean? And just now I'm understanding that. And that's something that Henry is like, it's a dance, So they take one step forward, you take one step back, And when you're ready to go, then you go to your distance, But he really talked a lot about that. It seems simple, But once you understand, you're like, your mind is, your range and how you want to decide the dance, and he was like very talking about that and worked with me, to be on my distance, and when I decide to go, instead of me being like, okay, I'm going to go to wrestling, and, and everyone sees it and everything, and it's just like, it shows it way more now. So it helped me a lot, even though he wasn't giving me like 10,000 wrestling takedowns, I'm not chasing with my head down and all these things, I'm probably still going to do like judo takedowns in the end.
Mackenzie back here.
Hi.
Welcome to New York. In your last 5 fights, you have 3 performance bonuses. I think 2 for Fight of the Night, 1 for Performance of the Night. Is it an extra layer of pressure being in New York, knowing that you have the consumer trust that you aren't capable of putting on a boring fight, but you also want to get the win too? Is it an actual like extra layer of pressure?
Not pressure, just motivation. Like that's something that I look forward to. I try to be like an athlete that has like the most submissions, the most bonuses, preferably like Fight of the Nights. I would like to be on the winning side of them, not on the losing side. Usually that means like, I probably got beat a lot, beat up a lot, and I was able to like hang in there. But yeah, it just gives me more motivation to try and get a bonus of the night here at Madison Square Garden.
Cool. And your last victory was in May against Angela Hill. What weapons would you say that you add to your arsenal? Like, if you can critique your performance, what weapons did you say that you sharpened up or you add to your arsenal to prepare for this fight?
With Angela, I mean, I think just like knowing that when you do hurt someone, like you can calm and I could have finished the fight maybe a little bit sooner, just being able to see when my opponent's like in danger kind of thing. I think with Jessica, we're going to be moving back a little bit more than with Angela. So, that was something that I really, and Jessica hits hard, like Angela, she hits hard, but it wasn't like very tough. It was more kind of like combinations, and Jessica, it's like, so I really wanted during this camp to have like my sparring partners like hit me hard, like, try, just so when I get in there and I do feel it, because I mean, it's a fight, we're going to get hit, and I don't want, that impact to be like, knock my thoughts out and be like, oh shoot, what am I doing again, so we worked really just kind of like being used to getting hit hard, movement that we're expecting like Angela or Jessica to move forward a lot. And then we're like just keep working on the takedowns. Everything else we kind of like liked, kept going on, kept working on it, but worked a lot on my takedowns. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
You just over here.
Oh, sorry.
Here. In the run-up to your last fight, you had a lot going on in your personal life. Is it safe to say that this time around camp has been a bit less stressful for you?
I know. I realize like we always have problems, like just the pressure. I mean, the last one I went through the divorce, it's still, the divorce was final, but you don't realize how much aftermath there is to it, like literally this whole fight is still paying my ex, you know what I mean? And you're like, man, it's crazy. I have to get punched in the face and you work so hard and you do all this and you have to pay that much for something, and it's, I mean, money is something that, okay, I'll fight here, I'll get it, whatever, winning or losing, everything's gonna be taken care of, I'll make more and stuff like that. But it's just problems, and team. Ruka closed, so I basically made my own home gym, and you just keep investing in your dreams and hope that it works, and I'm trying to make everything private at home because you're very vulnerable when everyone's seeing your training. And I mean, I'm like a world champion in jiu-jitsu, but people will see me in the gym, and I'm like crying and frustrated because I feel like I should be better at something. I feel like I should be able to get it, and I don't get it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not working, and there's injuries and there's tons of stuff that keeps going on, and you're like, man, I just want to be able to train and get better. But I don't know. It's like in the fight, it comes out. You know what I mean? It all works out, and that's kind of. And then, thankfully, my last sparring for this fight was my best sparring, and it was just one time. I only had 15 minutes of a great sparring. I felt what I needed to do, and I was like, man, God, let me have a couple more days of feeling that, But it was enough, and I think, man, no one believes me, how crazy it is that's going on. Like, I got a new puppy. I think I even invent more problems to put more chaos. I think I thrive on that. Like the craziness. It's like puppy and all these things. But getting used to being set. Splitting your daughter half of the time with you, half of the time with the dad, and all these things. So you're learning so many new dynamics in your routine. And I mean, my whole life when I was to be a world champion in jiu-jitsu, my best times of being a world champion was when I had a routine and I had a schedule, and you're able to keep focused. That's why it's hard to be a mom and try to be a world champion or to be the champion of the UFC or all these things, because you need to be consistent in your training. And when you feel like that you're not consistent in your day-to-day life, one day is this, one day is that, and you're like, man, I just need to train, that's it, and you just make it work, So it definitely wasn't easy. But I understand that that's what everyone goes through. Everyone's having problems. Everyone has injuries. We're fighters. I think Jessica she talked about she had a divorce too. So it's kind of crazy that the fans get to watch us let out all of our stress and everything on another person in a fight. But that's what we're training for, and that's what makes the victory more special.
Do you think that chaos gives you the fire? It kind of lights the fire under you. Does it help?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when you lay down in bed, you're like, man, please, I just want one day more relaxed, kind of everything flowing, training wise. But then every day it happens again, and you realize, okay, I'm here, everything's good. My daughter's safe, healthy, I'm good, the house is okay, and you just keep going. You can't stop.
And fighting a former champ was top on your list. Obviously, you wanted Rose, and then you've got Jessica. How far away do you think you are from getting a shot at the title?
I think it definitely depends on how I win this fight. If I win a great finish, knockout or submission or something like that, I think, I don't know, maybe I could cut the line. I know there's Tatiana Suarez, I know Young Xiaonan, but maybe I could cut the line if I have a great win. But I think if it's a close fight, and then probably another, maybe one or two more fights to get to the belt. And if I lose, then it's a restart again.
And, you said she's still a dangerous opponent regardless of the losses. How do you see this fight playing out in your mind?
I see a finish for me. She's a tough opponent. She's someone that, you can't make a mistake. That's why I think I was so hard on myself during this camp, because I felt very emotional during the camp, just wanting everything to be perfect and feeling frustrated, and then kind of going back to bad habits, trying to go in and close the distance, and, doing things that I did maybe 4 fights ago kind of thing. And I'd be very emotional because in my mind I'm thinking, I just can't be emotional in this fight. I need to be strategic. I need to be smart. I need to make sure I don't get into the dogfight with her. You know what I mean? I'm down for the war, the war, the battle, exchanging, striking, everything like that. But I don't want to be in that dogfight that I know that if one, all she needs is one, all she needs is one on the chin, and then the fight's over, and then I don't even have any chance to make it work, you know what I mean, and pull out a victory somehow, even like when I throw a kick to the head and I fall on my back and then the girl comes in and then I submit. I mean, it just happens, you know what I mean? So it's something that I don't want this fight to happen. I don't want to just, I don't want it to be an accident. I want people to see that I know what I'm doing, and I can, even though I have a lot of emotion when I fight and stuff like that, I have the control, the self-control. And I think like the champions, that's all they have. They have that self-control, and I don't think I can be like a boring fighter, I don't think it's in me. So just try to stick to the controlled. And when I got to that in jiu-jitsu, that's when I became champion. So I feel like I'm getting to that now.
Mackenzie, over here.
You can go. Two more, gang. One,
You can go.
two.
You mentioned a few questions ago that you were training to get hit hard.
Mhm.
How do you do that, and especially how do you do that while avoiding concussions?
Yeah. I mean, we have like the girls, they'll do like big boxing gloves, and like just swinging at me, like of course we're still sparring, so I'm punching back, and I'm moving and I'm trying to get out. But I mean, and even when we'll have them put like the puffies on, and just have them like go, and usually like they'll rest, so I'll have like fresh girls and I'm doing like one after the other. And obviously like you're getting tired, so I'm getting slower. So as the rounds go on, I'm starting to get hit more, or I need to like move my head, or I need to get in, or I need to get out, so I can avoid those. But basically just telling them to not go easy, not be like, oh, she has a fight coming, be careful, so she doesn't get like, a cut like Charlie's the Bronx like 1 week before, the week before we're like, bah, 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 like killing each other.
So just hard sparring, but with larger gloves and protection?
Yeah.
Last question.
Mackenzie, over here. You made a comment earlier about how you wanted to fight a former champion next, and you said you excited to fight here in MSG. How's it feel? You're a pretty large betting favorite over a former champion here. How do you feel about that? And is it an honor? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think one thing is like with Jessica, she's been in for so long, and she's fought so many different people. But I mean, she's won the belt, you know what I mean? And sometimes like it's hard to keep that motivation, and that hunger once you've already accomplished it, you know what I mean? And I mean, I see that her game is similar like most of the years, you know what I mean? She hasn't like added too much to her game, you know what I mean? So I'm honored, I'm blessed, I'm happy that like they see me as someone who's coming, and kind of I'm on a good momentum, even though like, I don't know, my last 4 fights, I think I'm 2-2, so it's like, oh man, they still see that I have the potential to keep getting better and working my mistakes and getting there. But yeah, I mean, to be here in MSG and be like a favorite, against a former champion, I'm surprised,
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, guys.
Alex, over here. Third fight here at Madison Square Garden. I'm curious, is it still special to you as the first time, or is this now just another fight week for you here in New York City?
Ô Alex, a terceira luta sua no Madison Square Garden, ainda tem aquele gostinho especial ou para você já é mais uma luta?
Bom, lugar especial, né? Pô, uma história muito bonita, onde eu fiz a minha estreia, onde eu fui campeão e com nova oportunidade aí de se tornar campeão novamente. Para mim é muito importante.
No, it's a very special place. It's still the place that I made my UFC debut, where I became a champion. So now, fighting for the belt here is something really important to me too.
Do you now have fight week down, like like perfectly here in Madison Square, New York, Madison Square Garden. You know, same hotel, same routine, meeting, everything. Now that this is just old habit for you here in New York.
Pô, tendo a semana da luta aqui, sendo no mesmo hotel, na mesma atmosfera, importa para você, é especial para você?
Não, com certeza, é especial, como eu repeti aqui, onde eu estrei, fui campeão, então com certeza tem uma grande importância.
No, everything's atmosphere here is important to me. Like I mentioned before, I made my debut here, was a champion here, so it's great importance.
And you're obviously fighting Jiri Prochazka. I'm curious, as someone who obviously you come from a striking background, us as media and then fans, they view Jiri as this wild, unorthodox, chaotic fighter. So I'm curious, when you watch tape on him and study him, is he as unorthodox and chaotic as we think, or is there like a method to his madness that you see in there?
Pô, você vindo de um currículo de striking, né? Você no striking, os fãs, quando vê o Jiri Prochazka, eles vejam que ele tem esse estilo imprevisível, né? Bem difícil de você prever o que ele está fazendo. O que você fala sobre o estilo dele?
Bom, o estilo, olhando assim, é um cara difícil, né? Pô, o cara foi campeão, mas, pô, já venho trabalhando também há um longo tempo, né? Desde a minha experiência no strike, né? No kickboxing. Com certeza eu vou estar usando ali, né? No dia e, pô, é isso.
Well, definitely a hard opponent, unpredictable, yes, but all the experience that I have on striking and kickboxing, I'm going to be using all that on the day of the fight.
What was going through your mind when you watched this fight against Glover? Obviously, you were in Glover's team, but a lot of people think that's one of the best, if not the best, title fights in UFC history and just how it all played out. So I'm curious, just watching it, what was going through your mind?
O que passou na sua cabeça vendo aquela luta dele com o Glover, que muitos fãs de MMA dizem que talvez, se não a melhor, uma das melhores lutas de cinturão que já aconteceu. O que você tem a dizer sobre a luta deles?
Bom, foi uma luta assim difícil, né? Pô, que o Glover estava ganhando, né? E aconteceu ali no final ali de ser finalizado. Claro que todas as lutas, né? A experiência do Glover, pô, vem me ajudando muito, né? Igual sempre venho falando que não é o fato de ele ter lutado, né? Que vai se tornar uma luta fácil para mim, mas ele vem me ajudando mesmo quando a pessoa não é adversário dele. Para quem acompanhou, viu os resultados que eu tive, ele sempre vem me ajudando e, pô, tô aproveitando aí o máximo.
No, it was definitely a hard fight. You know, Glover was winning that fight until the moment that he got submitted. So Glover have all this experience, and it's very important to me because regardless, you know, I'm not going to use that as a result or think that this fight is going to be easy because Glover already fought him. But Glover, with all the experience that he already helped me regardless whether for this fight or for the previous fight, he plays a big part on it.
And it seems, just looking at the rest of the year, as soon as this fight was announced, this fight seemed to be the one most fans were most excited for. You know, that we had John Stipe, we have the title fight in December, but it seems you and Jiri was the fight that fans in general circled as must watch. So do you get the sense that, or has that reached you, just the magnitude of the fans and excitement level for this fight?
Pô, desde que essa luta foi anunciada, parece que é uma luta favorita dos fãs, mesmo de tendo a luta do John Jones anunciada e a luta do título de dezembro, mas parece que essa é uma luta favorita pelos fãs. Já chegou a passar pela sua cabeça já a importância dessa luta para o mercado?
Não, com certeza, é muito importante, né? Eu aproveitar a oportunidade também de estar fazendo a luta principal. Todo mundo, assim, a maior parte também queria ver o John Jones lutar, tem os fãs dele, mas eu tenho certeza que as pessoas que já tinham se programado, comprado ingresso, e se eles tivessem, não sei como funciona, mas tivessem a opção de falar assim, pô, você quer devolver? Tendo a minha luta ali, uma luta que é muito empolgante, eu tenho certeza que, pô, ninguém faria isso.
No, definitely, man. I know how important is this fight, especially now it's a title fight, so it's a big responsibility. So I know everybody's pumped for the fight, and I think regardless the main event got pulled out or not, but I think if the fans had the options to get a refund, I don't think they did because everybody want to watch this fight.
What did it mean to be inducted into the Glory Kickboxing Hall of Fame?
O que significa para você ter sido colocado no Hall da Fama do Glória?
Bom, o Hall da Fama do Glória, pô, para mim é muito importante, né? De todo o trabalho que eu fiz dentro da organização, pô, foram muitas lutas difíceis, né? E cheguei num lugar, né, onde todo mundo quer chegar. Então, assim, isso é muito importante para mim, mas também deixando para as pessoas que eu sempre falo isso, né? Que às vezes não acredita, né? Aonde pode chegar. E todo mundo sabe da minha história, de sair da onde eu saí e chegar onde eu cheguei, né? Então eu estou provando que isso tudo é possível.
No, definitely, man. It's very important. It's something that means a lot to me. To get there is something really hard, right? It's not for everybody, but also that helps me to show to people that that is possible. That through hard work, if you really want, you can get there. So I'm using that to motivate people.
And final one for me, obviously there was some video clips of you sparring with Dylan Dennis before his fight against Logan Paul. I'm curious, what was it like training with him, and do you think the UFC should sign him? Because he seems pretty adamant that he wants to be in the UFC.
Pô, e só falando um pouco da última luta, né, que teve do Dylan Dennis com o Logan Paul, você treinou com ele, né? Queria saber só o que você achou de treinar com ele e o que você acha, como é que que ele quer entrar no UFC agora, né? Tá tentando entrar, e o que você tem a dizer sobre isso?
Bom, fiz dois treinos com ele, né? Antes da minha última luta, né? E agora também. Da primeira vez a gente fez ali um MMA, mas agora a última vez fez só de boxing. Pô, um cara mais leve, né? Pô, foi um treino bacana, um treino legal, um cara talentoso e, pô, tá conversando com o UFC para estar entrando na organização, pô, vai ser o máximo e vou estar torcendo aqui também.
No, I trained him. We did 2 nice sessions. One before the Blachowicz fight, which was a MMA training, and another one for this fight that he was having with Logan. You know, first we did the MMA session. I could see that he's a very talented kid. We had 2 nice sessions. He's a great guy, and the fact that he's actually in negotiations with the UFC or trying to get in, I think is awesome, and I'm very pumped for you. I root for him.
Alex, obviously Jiri's style is so reckless and sort of untechnical. Do you think that makes it easier for you as a technical striker to find that opening for your great punches, or do you think it'll take you a while to work out because he's so unconventional?
Do fato do Jiri ser strike de modo não convencional, diferente, isso ajuda você pelo fato de você ter estilo bem sólido de striking, ou te prejudica um pouco e talvez você vai demorar um pouco mais tempo para achar a distância?
Eu acredito assim que é um cara difícil assim de entender, mas eu, venho treinando e, estudando também. E, tenho as minhas armas e eu acho que vai ser uma grande luta.
Well, he seems to fight on a fight style that is kind of hard to understand at first, but I've been training hard. I have my weapons, and I'm going to show that on the fight.
Some fans have been very excited by the fact that this is almost your indigenous heritage versus his samurai obsession. I'm curious if you've seen that and if you find that exciting.
Pô, os fãs estão empolgados porque é meio que o confronto do seu estilo indígena contra a filosofia samurai dele, né? Você também se empolga com isso?
Bom, sim, né? Como eu venho sempre falando, isso me deixa mais alerta, né? É um cara ali, um cara sério, um cara centrado, um guerreiro. Então isso me deixa mais aceso, mais esperto.
No, man, definitely, and keeps me sharper, keeps me more aware. The guy is focused, he's not joking around, he's a warrior, so that keeps me alive, that gets me sharper for this.
Last one from me, were you surprised how easy it was to prank Daniel Cormier?
Última, você ficou surpreso com quão fácil que foi fazer uma pegadinha no Cormier?
Não entendi.
O quão fácil que foi zoar o Cormier?
Pô, foi engraçado. Pô, ele não tava confiando ali, ele tá meio já desconfiado, né? E aí falou, pô, ficar não. Aí eu convenci ele, mas, tenho noção, né? Não iria fazer isso, né? Mas eu vi isso num vídeo, acho que no mesmo dia ali, no Instagram, não sei, e aí eu quis copiar e deu certo.
Ah, man, it was fun because, at first he didn't want to do it. I had to convince him, but then when he looked forward, you know what I mean? Obviously, I was never going to swing the golf club on him, but I saw that on a video on Instagram earlier in the day, so I did that to him. It was really fun.
Alex, over here to your left. Last year, same place, same weekend, you were a pretty big underdog against Israel Adesanya, knocked him, or TKO victory at the Garden. Just kind of curious, a year later now, you're a pretty decent-sized favorite in a light heavyweight title. Like, how's it feel to be in this spot and get the respect of the odds makers just a year later?
Pô, ano atrás você chegou aqui como o azarão, né, a zebra, né, contra o Adesanya, uma situação diferente, o mesmo lugar. E como é que você se sente agora de estar lutando um ano depois por outro cinturão, mas agora como favorito?
Bom, eu nem vejo essas coisas, né, de favoritismo. Isso não vai mudar para mim. Pô, não é porque todo mundo acha que, ou a maioria acha que eu sou favorito, que eu tenho que, pô, já ganhei e tal. Não, pô, na hora ali ninguém sabe o que acontece. Então, pô, tô muito focado para essa luta. Eu espero, assim, sempre que vai ser uma guerra, que vai ser uma luta muito difícil. E aí a gente vai ver como que vai ser.
Yeah, man, but I'm gonna be honest with you. This thing about being favored or not, doesn't play nothing in my mind because I gotta stay sharp regardless. I cannot just think that okay, I'm the favorite, so it's gonna be a easier fight or anything like that. No, man, I'm come here prepared for a war, for whatever happens.
Alex, just over here. You have an opportunity to capture 2 UFC belts. What does this opportunity mean to you and your legacy?
Você agora está tendo a oportunidade de pegar o seu segundo cinturão no UFC. O que isso significa para o seu legado?
Significa muito, por tudo que eu fiz já no kickboxing, né? Tô tentando repetir e com certeza cada vitória minha vida melhora e sempre motivando essas pessoas que acreditam no meu trabalho, né? E de alguma forma assim não acreditam onde pode chegar e eu estou mostrando isso. Isso para mim é importante.
No, definitely means a lot to me. You know what I mean? I did that on kickboxing, so now I'm trying to get this in here. And this means a lot not for me, but means a lot to be able to, you know what I mean, motivate my people to see that they can believe that it happens, and also to motivate the ones that don't believe, the ones that don't think it's possible, to show that it's possible.
And you predicted Sean Strickland winning the title. You were quite vocal about how you thought he would do against Israel Adesanya. I'm just curious, Sean Strickland is going to be defending his title for the first time against Dricus du Plessis. How do you think that fight goes down?
Você foi um dos que falou que o Sean Strickland ganharia do Adesanya, falou que era um estilo bom, que era uma luta que poderia ser a favor dele. O que você acha agora dessa luta dele com o Dricus du Plessis?
Bom, ainda não parei assim para analisar, né? Mas eu acho que dificilmente o du Plessis ganhar do Sean Strickland. Eu acho que o Sean Strickland é bem favorito.
I didn't stop to really analyze the fight, to really look into it, but I really believe that it's going to be really hard for Dricus du Plessis to defeat Sean Strickland.
Thank you.
Over here. The major storyline going into this fight is, of course, avenging Glover Teixeira's defeat to Jiri. What advice did he give you to essentially put that in the back burner, put that in the back of your mind, and not fight to avenge him, but fight to be a world champion again in another weight class?
Bom, um dos motivos aí que o pessoal fala muito dessa luta é de você teria estar vingando essa derrota do Glover contra o Jiri, né? O quanto que você se puxa para você não tá caindo nessa pilha e tá lutando pelo cinturão na sua cabeça?
Essa é a minha cabeça, tô lutando pelo cinturão. Para mim, claro, para mim o Glover, eu gostaria que ele tivesse ganho, mas aconteceu, né? E, não posso deixar assim, não posso me emocionar, né? Porque ele é meu amigo. Cara, eu vou ali, vou fazer o meu trabalho, independente se tenha lutado com o Glover ou não, vou estar dando o meu melhor.
Man, I'm going focused on this fight to fight for the title. It's really sad what happened with Glover to lose the fight, but I gotta stay grounded and focusing on this. Glover is my friend, but I'm going there to fight for the belts.
You get past Jiri, who would you want to fight, or who's on your radar that you would want to defend the title against first?
Você ganhando no Prochazka, quem tá no seu radar para ser próximo adversário?
Sinceramente, não tenho planos ainda. Estou bem focado nessa minha próxima luta e depois dessa luta vamos ver o que acontece.
I sincerely do not have plans. I'm really focused on this fight. After this fight happens, we'll see what happens.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, we have time for one more, sir.
So one quick question for you is, are you ever planning on going back to middleweight ever again, win or lose after this one?
Última, você planeja algum dia da sua vida voltar a lutar no médio, ganhando ou perdendo essa luta?
Eu acredito que não, né, igual eu tinha falado, né, tinha planos, né, mas eu estou muito bem nessa categoria, né, lutei muito no peso médio, o corpo começa a judiar um pouco e, para mim é muito melhor ficar nessa categoria.
No, I don't think so. Like I mentioned before, they had plans for middleweight, but I fought a lot at that weight class and taking a toll on my body, so I feel good on this weight class.
Chama.
Chad is up next.
Well, Pat, obviously building up to a pretty big event inside, the most famous arena in the world. So I'm curious, how's fight week and build up been like for you, knowing you're about to fight in, like I said, one of the most famous arenas on planet Earth?
It's amazing. Still taking it all in, taking one step at a time. Really enjoying the moment, realizing how far I've come, and man, it's just such an honor to be on this card.
And you've obviously fought a lot in the Apex. I believe you fought in Jacksonville, if I remember correctly. So what's it been like actually experiencing a fight week like this, where all the media comes out, it's going to be sold out, it's in the busiest city in the country. So how's it? Obviously, it's different from fighting at the Apex, but what's it just been like preparation-wise?
There's it's definitely more incentive there. I feel like performing in front of I would call it a home crowd, because I got a lot of people coming up. It was real nice not having to fly out. I got the drive, and it's just been a great fight week. And man, I'm excited.
And obviously, you're fighting a guy in Diego with a lot of hype right now, considering he did lose his debut, but it was a very impressive loss considering he took that fight on short notice against Mavzar. So I'm curious, have you been impressed with him from what you've seen, of what little you've seen of him inside the octagon?
Absolutely. He's a great fighter, very well rounded, and it's going to be a fun one on Saturday. I'm very, very excited for it.
You have very high-level grappling, and he has extremely high-level grappling. He is obviously a jiu-jitsu coach down in Mexico. Historically, when we see two guys with high-level grappling, it can kind of turn into a boxing match because, maybe they don't want to take each other down into that world. So I'm curious, how do you rate his striking compared to yours when you watch tape on him?
Like I said, he's well-rounded. I just feel like I'm better on the feet and I'm better on the ground.
He also has done it of getting a little too far ahead of himself. Like, he should be focusing on you and not calling out Bryce Mitchell before the fights happen.
Well, yeah, for me, I don't look a second past Saturday. I take one thing at a time. But everyone's different. Maybe that's what works for him.
And final questions for me: what does the headline say after your fight, when your fight is all said and done?
My hand's getting raised, and it's going to be a ferocious one.
Pat, back here. How you doing, man?
Good, brother. How you doing?
Pretty good. So, train all over, Marquez, MPR, Webb, Taino. I'm just wondering, what benefits do you get from training at multiple gyms rather than just one, in quotes, super gym?
It's we're all like a family. I know those gyms are different gyms, but we're all kind of interconnected. There's people to push me, on my feet, on the ground at each one. I feel like I'm just, really getting a good chemistry with everybody, and getting a really good training program down where I'm evolving each fight.
And then all those gyms combined, 24-4 record in the UFC. So can you just speak on the strength of Philadelphia martial arts?
Our team is just getting started. I always say that. There's people that have not made it to the UFC yet on our team that are more than ready. I'm really excited to see, what the future holds for our team.
And then I saw Drew Dober was just in Marquez. Did you guys get to work with each other at all?
I did not, but I got to meet the guy. Really nice dude. I know he's been training with Sean for his upcoming fight, but yeah, there's a lot of monsters in the room lately.
And then last one for me. I know you're not looking past Diego, but it is the end of the year, 2024 coming right up, and then there's a rumored Atlantic City card, possibly early 2024. So, what are your goals? What are your plans so far for 2024?
Honestly, like I just said before, not looking past Saturday, so that's my priority. But with a win on Saturday, we'll see.
Hey everybody.
Benoit, okay. Obviously, a build up to an absolutely massive fight in one of the bigger, more famous arenas in the world. So I'm curious, what has Fight League been for you in preparation for this fight, knowing you're going to fight in one of the bigger cards of the year?
You know, the biggest card in my heart is Paris for me, always. But I'm very happy to fight in New York because I like Vegas, but I love New York. I have already been there 2 times. One of my best friends is married to a Philly girl, so it's not far from here. So I'm happy to be here.
You can't really compare Philly and New York. So I'm curious, obviously they gave you Matt Frevola, who's a popular fighter here. So when his name came across your desk on that contract, what went through your mind?
I like the guy because he took the challenge right away. He's taking risk because obviously he's ranked, I'm not. And I believe he likes challenges, and he's not afraid to brawl and to go against me. So it will be a great fight. I'm expecting a tough guy. He's well-rounded. He has good cardio. He believes in himself like I do. So it's a fight between 2 tough guys.
Obviously in Paris, you got a massive ovation and you were the fan favorite. Here, it's going to be the opposite, I would imagine. He's going to get the cheers and you might get the boos. Does that change preparation at all, or is that just noise to you when the fight's on?
You know, in France, it got legalized very lately. Obviously, I did only 2 fights in France for the UFC. Before that, I was traveling all around the world to get fights because in France I couldn't. So I have always been booed, and I have only be cheered in Paris. So it's not a problem for me. I like that.
Matt, in his last few fights, has had a lot of knockouts, but before his last few wins, he hadn't really had success striking until early in his fight. It seems like he's gone through this growth in the last few fights very specifically. So what have you seen from him recently that maybe he wasn't doing in his early fights, if you have watched his early fights?
Obviously, he's more experienced, and he knows his strong points better, and he tries to explore, to use them a lot better and a lot earlier in the fight, and more strategic with his strong points.
And final one for me, I'm curious if you noticed, but after your last win in Paris, a lot of fans online dubbed you one of the most violent fighters in the division. I'm curious, do you like that moniker of being known as one of the most violent fighters in the lightweight division?
Yeah, I'm here to take the BMF place, you know. I'm only here for that. I'm doing war since I'm 17, so no worries.
Benoit over here. I think when this fight was booked, a lot of people kind of saw similarities in the two of you, right? Your fighting style, your excitement, your willingness to brawl. I guess, how similar do you feel like Matt Frevola is to you, and I guess where are the differences?
I think we have a lot of, like you said, there are points in our career and in the way we fight that are similar, but we have also 2 very different approach of the fight, and he likes to get the finish. I like it too. Yeah, it will be very intense. It will be a great fight, a tough fight, but I feel you will see the differences on Saturday night.
Quick question for you, Benoit. Matt has kind of thrived in these spots that he's been the underdog in the past 3 fights. He's been a pretty big underdog in all of them. Just curious, like, does that play into your mind of you're a pretty big favorite here, Matt kind of thrives in this role? Do you worry about that at all?
Absolutely not. As you can see, the bookmakers make a lot of mistakes. So I don't give a about the bookmakers' odds. I'm here to fight. I'm here to get the victory, to conquer, and he is here for the same thing. He's a tough guy in the top 15. I'm expecting a tough fight. I'm not expecting it to be something else.
Benoît, ça fait moins de 5 ans que tu t'entraînes véritablement en MMA. Pourtant, tu fais déjà jeu égal avec les monstres de la catégorie, dans la catégorie la plus chaude. Comment t'expliques ça?
Beaucoup de discipline, un entraînement intelligent, un emploi du temps, une formule d'emploi du temps et un staff d'une très grande qualité, une aventure familiale forte et beaucoup de foi. Voilà, tous ces ingrédients-là réunis.
Et toute dernière question, Kamaru Usman disait que pour lui, la meilleure sensation, c'était de sentir qu'il brisait mentalement ses adversaires. Avec toi, on a vraiment l'impression que ça arrive genre des derniers combats. Est-ce que tu ressens ça aussi quand tu combats?
Oui, bien sûr. Lorsque tu diminues l'adversaire au fur et à mesure du temps, tu peux sentir lorsqu'il est pas loin de craquer. Et ça fait partie des excitations du combattant.
Merci.
Gang, we're on break until 1 p.m. and there is lunch in the back of the room. Please help yourselves. Maybe just stay up here.
Well, Sergei, over here. Obviously, I believe you were preparing to be a backup for this card for Jon Jones Stipe, but now you're fighting in the co-main event for an interim title. So I'm curious, can you walk us through the call when you got the call from the UFC, and what was the time frame of saying yes and them announcing the fight?
Насколько я понимаю, ты готовился к тому, что ты будешь заменой для Джона и Стипа, но теперь ты не просто сражаешься, а сражаешься за титул в соглавном событии. Пожалуйста, проговори нас про вот этот момент, как это все произошло, ты тренировался, потом получил звонок, как долго заняло принять решение, ну и так далее.
Здравствуйте всем. Ну, конечно, я тренировался. После второй тренировки мы гуляли по парку, мне позвонил мой менеджер Али и вот сказал мне такую замечательную новость. Я сразу согласился.
Yes, thank you, everyone. Nice to see everybody. Yes, I was training. This was my second practice in the day, and after the second practice, I went out to the park just to take a stroll. And my manager, Ali, called me, and he said, I got great news. Here it is. And I didn't think much. I just said yes.
Tom was in here, and he said he wasn't really in full camp. He was, helping teammates out, and he wished he had a full camp to prepare for you. So I'm curious, is it an advantage for you knowing that, yes, you weren't preparing to fight Tom specifically, but you were kind of going through a camp to prepare as a backup?
Том был здесь, и он сказал, что у него по ходу не был полный лагерь, потому что он помогал каким-то другим ребятам готовиться, но сам он, в принципе, не готовился. Насколько тебе кажется, что у тебя есть, что к бою все равно?
Ты знаешь, я думаю, тут нельзя недооценивать, нужно соперника воспринимать полностью, поэтому нет такого, что там какая-то недооценка. Полностью готовимся, полностью настраиваемся на бой, поэтому все очень серьезно.
I don't think you can take an opponent lightly. I don't think I'm underestimating him in any way. We were prepared. We were prepared for anybody. We were prepared really hard. So everything's serious. Everything's 100%.
Did you have to change your camp much at all, or did you have even time to bring in new training partners or anything to prepare for someone like Tom?
Нужно ли было что-то изменять в подготовке в лагере? Было ли у тебя время вообще привести какого-то другого партнера для спарринга, который может имитировать Тома?
Да, нужно было поменять некоторые моменты. В принципе, по спарринг-партнеров у нас в зале очень много, поэтому не нужно было приводить. Всего хватало.
Yeah, a couple of things did have to be adjusted, but when it comes to sparring partners, we have a lot of different people in the gym, so we had plenty of people that we could substitute.
Tom was in here, and he said that he doesn't think you've ever faced someone like him that has the same movement and speed as him. So I'm curious, when you look at Tom, what do you make of his skill set and the movement that he brings up?
Том сказал, когда он был здесь, что ему кажется, что никогда не встречался с каким-нибудь таким оппонентом, у которого такая скорость, такая сила, как у него, и такие движения, как у него. Поэтому насколько ты можешь сказать что-то по этому поводу?
Ну, говорить можно все, что угодно, мы посмотрим.
I can say whatever you want, but we'll just see.
The final one for me, a lot of fans were very excited for Jon versus Stipe, but it seems the diehard fans are much more interested in your fight because you and Tom are on these long win streaks. You're relatively young in your career and you're in the prime of your career. So I'm curious if that's reached you, the amount of interest that this fight specifically has brought against Tom.
Понятное дело, что очень много фанатов ожидали, конечно же, боя Стипа и Джона, но, в принципе, такие фанаты, которые знают, что говорят, они понимают, о чем говорят, они как раз ждут вашего боя, потому что у вас обоих очень интересная серия побед, вы оба в расцвете сил, вы прям в лучшем месте в своей карьере. Насколько тебе кажется, дошло ли до тебя такой слушок, что все-таки ваш бой ожидает даже больше, чем тот?
Я, честно сказать, не знаю, какой больше ожидает бой, но я думаю, будет это очень интересный бой, очень зрелищный, потому что здесь будет настоящая война.
I can't really tell you which fight the fans are more excited about, us or them, but the fact is, I can tell you this is going to be a really exciting, really fun fight because it's going to be a real war.
Sergei, over here. Before your last fight with Curtis Blades, there was a pretty viral video of you playing slots in a casino in Vegas. Before your fight that went around. Just kind of curious, are you a big gambler? Are you a slots guy? What's the story there?
Прежде чем был твой бой с Кертис Блейдсом, показали, что ты сидишь и играешь в игровых автоматах в казино. Хотел спросить, насколько ты все-таки увлекаешься этой игрой или нет, или просто посидел, поиграл?
Нет, первый раз играл, поэтому не увлекаюсь.
No, that was my first time, so I'm not like a general gambler or anything.
Yeah, did you win or did you lose?
Выиграл, проиграл?
Сначала выиграл, потом все, что выиграл, проиграл.
First went up, and then everything that I got, lost all of it.
That's the story of it all, man. Appreciate it.
Так всегда история была.
Sergey, back here. So, who would you rather fight for the unification fight whenever that time comes, Jon Jones or Stipe Miocic?
Для того, чтобы объединить пояса, кто был твой соперник вот в идеале? Был бы Миочич или Джонс, если нужно пояса потом соединить после этой победы?
На самом деле это две легенды, поэтому не имеет значения.
To be honest, both of them are legends, so it doesn't matter to me.
And I asked this of your opponent earlier, Tom. Are you at all upset that Jon Jones didn't vacate the title and this is for interim, or it just doesn't matter?
Я спросил тот же вопрос у твоего оппонента, Тома. Насколько ты расстроился или нет, что Джон Джонс не освободил настоящий титул, и это бой за временный титул, вместо того, чтобы биться за легитимный титул чемпиона?
Ты знаешь, для меня это настоящий пояс.
You know, for me, this is the legit title.
Sergei, at the back. Tom was in here earlier and he's repeatedly called you the scariest guy in the division. I'm just wondering what you make of that characterization.
Том был здесь, и пару раз он назвал тебя самым страшным чуваком во всем дивизионе. Что ты по этому поводу думаешь?
Спасибо ему.
Thank you very much, Tom.
And how would you describe him, one word?
И одним словом, как бы ты его описал?
Одним?
One word.
Я скажу пару. Крепкий парень.
I'll say a couple words. Tough dude.
Thank you.
Sergey, back here. By the way, so you joined the ranks of like a Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier of great heavyweights that fought heavyweight championship fights in Madison Square Garden. How does it feel, and has it really set in yet?
Ты теперь попадаешь в ранги Мухаммеда Али, Джо Фрейзера, тех людей, которые сражались за титул тяжеловесов в Мэдисон Сквер Гардене. Уже это как бы осело в тебе? Ты понимаешь, что происходит, или пока что еще нет?
Ну, я, наверное, повторюсь. Я, чтобы сидеть здесь, находиться здесь, проделал очень большую работу, и вы всему этому свидетели. Я прекрасно понимаю, куда я иду и чего я хочу.
You know, I might be repeating myself, but I'll say it again. To get here, to be at the spot, there was a lot of work and a lot of steps were made to get here. So I think that I know where I'm at, I have a goal, and I'm going for that goal.
So Jon Jones is obviously going to be out probably for 8 months, maybe even longer, depending on the injury. But as the interim champion, if you win the championship, how often do you want to fight next year?
Джона, скорее всего, не будет как минимум 8 месяцев, но давай подумаем, что ты выиграл в субботу пояс. Насколько ты хочешь продолжать быть активным и защищать этот титул?
Я, наверное, один из тех бойцов, кто никогда не делит шкуру убитого медведя. Сначала есть бой, а потом посмотрим.
You know, we have a saying in Russia that we don't divide the fur of a bear that hasn't been killed yet. So I'm one of those guys that doesn't do that. First, I got to get the title, then we'll think about it.
Thank you.
Sergey back here on the left. You're on an amazing knockout streak, beating some big punchers like Derek Lewis and Tuivasa. Aspinall brings a different style. Can you just describe what makes him a tough challenge on the feet?
У тебя отличная серия из нокаутов. Туиваса, Льюис. Но у Аспинала совсем другой стиль, он другой стиль приносит в клетку. Насколько тебе кажется, что ты сможешь сделать против его стиля?
Если мы посмотрим всех моих последних оппонентов, это, в принципе, все разного стиля ребята и очень крепкие ребята. Том такой же крепкий парень, который, скажем так, это очередная ступень, которая передо мной. Поэтому мы делаем работу, мы, скажем так, трудимся, мы прекрасно понимаем, что нас ждет впереди, и мы готовы ко всему.
You know, if you look, or if Tom looks at my previous opponents, they're all tough, durable, strong guys. And so I think now Tom is the next step in front of me. He's the next step that I have to take to get further there. So if you look at me, if you look at what I do, we do hard work, we train hard to make sure that we achieve that next goal.
And where do you think you have an advantage in this matchup, and what are the biggest keys for you to get the victory?
Какие у тебя привилегии в этом противостоянии, и какой у тебя ключ к победе?
Ты знаешь, что-то сейчас сидеть и болтать языком не имеет смысла. Я знаю одно, что я готов к этому бою на все 100%. Я проделал большую работу. Я готовился к ребятам, которые являются легендами этого спорта. Сейчас я здесь нахожусь. Осталось немного времени, когда закроется клетка, и там мы посмотрим.
You know, it doesn't make sense for me to sit here and mince words and tell you what I'm going to do, what I'm not going to do. The only thing I can say is that I'm 100% prepared. I was prepared for the guys that are considered legends in the sport. So the only thing that separates me now is a little bit of time until we get there on Saturday. The cage will close behind me, and then we'll see what happens.
Sergey, a knockout win here would tie you with Chuck Liddell for the longest knockout streak in UFC history. What would that mean to you to match that record, and is that ultimately how you feel this fight ends?
Если в субботу будет нокаут, то ты получаешься наравне с Чаком Ладеллом, у которого рекорд из серии с больше всего нокаутов в UFC. Насколько тебе кажется, что, во-первых, что ты по этому поводу думаешь, что ты сравняешься с легендой, а во-вторых, кажется ли тебе, что бой в субботу может закончиться именно нокаутом?
Ты знаешь, будет драться два тяжелых парня, поэтому в любой момент может произойти все, что угодно. То, что, скажем так, подбирайся еще в каких-то аспектах к каким-то легендарным вещам, это всегда приятно.
You know, when it comes to the fight itself, there's going to be two big dudes, strong dudes that are going to be fighting each other. So we don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be a good fight. And then the fact that, you know, I'm tying a legend possibly on Saturday, well, that's great. That means that I'm achieving some other goals, some other goals that I set for myself, and, you know, putting myself in the ranks of the greatest.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Jiri. First of all, welcome back. And to fighting, I mean, it's been a while out of there, so how excited are you, not just for this fight, but to be fighting at all?
It's an honor to be here, especially in New York, Madison Square Garden, like a main event. It's an honor for me, especially after a long, tough year. And I believe this fight will be great. And I believe in my winner.
You're a man who's very famous for taking on the energy of occasions. What exactly is the energy for this week? Madison Square Garden main event against a guy like Alex for the world title after so long away. What is the energy for you this week, and how exactly are you feeling within yourself before this fight?
For me, this week, laser focus. For me, is about the laser focus for the performance in the night, in the event night, and it's not just about me, but it's just about my opponent too, because which performance, how good the performance of my opponent will be, that good will be mine, because I'm every time adjust. And I am better every time than my opponents, trying to be in every moment, yeah? So I like to have a good opponents, because opponent's performance pushed my performance.
There's been some talk from the fans that this is the samurai versus the indigenous tribesman. Do you see it that way, and do you see this as a warrior versus warrior kind of fight?
I see it like warrior against the warrior, yeah, like you said. I don't want to speak about my samurai character or something like that, but it's true, it's truth, because I was inspired many years by these Codex Bushido and this type of focus for a fight, for everything what you're doing in your life, to do it with all your focus, give all your heart to your performance. So that's why we are the warriors, yeah, because we go there and there is nothing left, yeah.
Alex is one of the greatest strikers of all time, you know, Hall of Famer in kickboxing. But do you believe he's ever seen a man who strikes in the way that you do?
Yeah, yeah, because I'm every time trying to find a way where my opponent will be not expect that. That's a key to win, because it's about to win in the way that your opponent don't expect that. So you have to see, I don't see somebody like, I'm not watching his techniques, yeah, and I'm watching his weak points, and there I will attack with the full power. That's why it's my style a little bit risky, but it's a part of myself. I need to go there with everything, but I little upgrade my style because Alex is a like top level stand-up guy, so I'm prepared for that.
The last time we saw you, it was one of the greatest fights of all time. Do you think this Saturday it'll be a similar fight where you'll show your warrior spirit, or do you plan on learning from that performance against Glover and coming in better and showing that you are the best in the world and make it not a war but a great performance instead?
Both of that, yeah, because there is no different between like to learn something from the past and still show the best. Yeah, so I learned from that fight with Glover a lot. Really, it gave me a lot, and now I want to prove that.
Jiri, right here. Last year at this card, you were supposed to fight Glover later on before your injury, and then obviously Jamal won, and then there were talks that you would fight Jamal, and now you're fighting Alex, and it seems fans are more excited for your fight against Alex than your possible fights against Jamal or the rematch against Glover. I'm curious if you feel that, and what do you make of your two styles that fans are, this is the fight that they have circled?
I didn't thought about the Jamal or Pereira, who's the better, but if I can say it now, I think the Pereira styles in stand-up is much sharper than Jamal Hill style. Yeah, that's my opinion. And yeah.
Jiri, just over here. Was it hard to sit out on the sidelines, obviously having to relinquish the title? Did it make you more determined to get the title back? What was it like seeing how the division changed?
I just respect everything have to goes on. Yeah, and I realized that I'm not afraid that when I put the belt out like to other guys, that I will not win that again after my recovery, full recovery. So that's my belief that I will take the belt again, and that's it.
And how was the recovery?
Great.
Did you learn anything about yourself in your time away?
Sure. It's about life is about the learning, to push your limits, attack them, be better, and that's all about. So all that year was for me the big challenge, like every day. Yeah. And yeah, I really enjoyed that. Sometimes it was really tough, but that's life.
And I saw that you went to Iceland and trained with Gunnar Nelson. What was that experience like?
Gunnar Nelson is a true master in his field, because we spoke. I just wanted to know his mindset, how he's working, how he using the body in the wrestling situation, because he's the master of the ground game, yeah, and he have nice movements too in the stand-up. So that's what we work on. But mainly, I was on Iceland because to see the nature, to take a power from nature, and with my sponsor, Life Cycle. Yeah.
And do you still view the belt as yours? And how much would it mean to you to get it back and to continue where you left off?
The belt from last year I have on my room, and I'm still seeing myself like a champion, but I need to remind to all people that I really am, because I need to keep it in the present.
And you and Alex both won titles in the same year. Did you ever view him as someone that could be a potential opponent?
Like when?
Did you ever, see him and think that perhaps you could fight him somewhere down the line? when he captured his title?
When he captured his title, like where? Like title of
Did you know
middleweight?
Yeah.
I didn't thought about Alex like opponent before he started to speak like about to move up, way to move up the weight class, and after that I saw him like yes, this guy is really good. He can be my opponent. Especially how when he saw me in last July in Vegas, and after our fight with Glover, I was there for that week, that fight week, and I saw him, and he was like still watched me like some enemy, and after that I said myself like, yeah, this was extraordinary, and he can be maybe in the future he can be my opponent.
Thank you.
Jiri, back here. Is the plan here with a win to wait until Hill is healthy to fight, or is that too long? Do you want to fight again before that?
Doesn't matter for me right now. I'm not thinking about other opponents right now. Is the Alex Pereira here, and after I believe in my win, I will face whoever will be there, the best. For me, it doesn't matter who it will be. I just want to see the challenge before me, somebody who I see like he's the dangerous.
And then just one more from me. Obviously, Hill is going through something somewhat similar to what you went through in terms of recovery and vacating the belt. Do you have any like words of advice for him, or just any words at all? Like what would you tell him in this moment?
Take the time. Take the time, because our body is our weapon, and so we need to take care about that. Yeah, to get full power, it's necessary to have a time for that, to use all the things.
Irko, just one question for me. After such a massive acceptance from the Czech fans after your win over Glover, are you considering pushing UFC to arrange another event in Czech Republic, which you would headline?
Poland, yeah.
Czech Republic.
You are from Poland.
Brno.
Yeah, but you are from Poland, yeah.
Kámo, trénovali jsme spolu.
Aha. Jsem si říkal. Yeah, sure. It will be a great opportunity to show that that in Czech Republic and in the Europe there is a lot of fans which likes to watch MMA, and we need it in Europe. We are a little bit like there is a lot of now in this age there is a lot of pussymans. How to say it on the good way? I need to say that like that, because it's right. So we need to watch the fights, watch the rare power of a man against another man, to be full in our life. Yeah, so not just for that, but we like the fights in Czech Republic and in Europe.
Thank you. Vítězství.
Jen proto.
And on a more lighthearted note, it's nice to see the top knot back after the short haircut from previous fights. What made you decide to grow back the hair?
The reason is I didn't end one of my chapter in my life, and I can't do something, especially the fighting, without my how I'm seeing myself in the mirror, and this haircut, my war hair, is made it especially for this moment, for the fight week, for the fight, and it gave me the power to see myself how I want to see myself all the time, to be connected with my most beautiful ideas about my style, about my ancestors, about the power which gave me, and I can't explain, and I don't want to speak about it more because it's too personal.
Jiri in the back left. How are you feeling physically? How was this training camp, and how do you compare to before the injury?
I feel great, prepared, everything is settled. So training camp, most of the time in camp I was in Czech Republic, but I have really good coaches around me, and they helped me to improve my style, to be more complex fighter, to not just find a way just in the stand-up in the right moments, but on the ground too, in the wrestling too, and that's the one of the best thing what I'm really happy for, that I see all my weapons, all my body to that can work in every part, stand-up, wrestling, ground game. For me, it doesn't matter now.
And where do you see an advantage in this matchup? I know you're confident wherever it goes, and you also talked about aiming at weaknesses in your opponents. What weaknesses are you going to try and exploit out of Pereira?
Next question, please.
You just opened a store, your very own store in the Czech Republic. Just what did that mean to you, and how excited are you for that?
That's the thing, yeah. My store, my brand, which working from year 2015. It's not just the brand with the clothes. It's a brand with idea, with a life stand, yeah. And I want to share this life stand, this attitude with the people, with other people who feel the same, to go simply, to do everything with full power, yeah, to use our potential in our life in a full line, yeah.
Right here also. You've leaned on the philosophy of Bushido a lot, specifically Musashi's 5 rings, the concept of never being too high, too low. You're in the most chaotic city in probably the world. You're fighting at MSG, which is, the stakes are always super high for a combat athlete. Your philosophy, where is it right now in this environment? Can you just describe the atmosphere and how your philosophy of Bushido has helped you kind of manage mentally where you are in this atmosphere?
I can answer only the same sentences like I said many times, because it's all the time the same. And the key is in the life, the consistency. Yeah, to keep consistent your stand, keep your discipline, keep your attacking for your challenges in your mind, challenges in your body, with your body. Search for the deep soul connection, spirit connection, and make it stronger in all the line. Yeah. So that's the way which helped me my philosophy with that, and especially on the place like here in the Madison, like New York, Madison Square Garden, really big event, and I want to share that by that fight with other people, that it's possible to be full power warrior who's connected with these ideas. That's what I like.
Thanks.
Thank you, everybody. See you on Saturday.
Everybody goes to Prague.
I don't know. I want to see if he ever fought an MSG.
Ismael, thanks very much for joining us. Just curious what your thoughts are on this week. I mean, it's a little bit of a different environment for a boxer, right? Having a UFC logo around you and doing this in front of us mixed martial arts media. What's this week been like for you?
Good afternoon, everybody. For this week, it's going to be an amazing event for me tomorrow. To be able to showcase in New York City, it's always a great opportunity to be here in my city.
I mean, as a guy from New York, right, performing at the Garden is probably something very special, but it feels a little bit like, you know, Dana White's not made his secret about how much he likes Callum Walsh. Are you feeling like you're the hometown hero fighting off the guy from the other country and invading your sport? How are you feeling about Callum?
Well, I'm clearly the underdog. I'm pretty sure this is the first time people are hearing me speak. I wasn't able to speak throughout the whole prestige for the fight. So, yeah, it's clear that I have to showcase in my city.
Is that a fun opportunity for you to know that you're on a bigger stage than perhaps other boxers at similar stages of your career would be?
Yeah, most certainly. Yeah, I know any publicity like this is always an amazing feeling to be able to be on.
And for the guys who haven't seen you box, talk to us about your fighting style and what we can expect in you from you in the ring.
Well, for the people that haven't seen me box, depending on my opponent, I either could box or I could either brawl. But I'm pretty sure most people know me for pressuring and pushing forward as my style of boxing.
Do you think there'll be a brawl tomorrow night?
Well, let's see. Perhaps. Hopefully there's no brawl after the fight. But yeah, let's see what happens during the fight.
Best of luck.
I'm curious. Obviously, Callum, he's getting a lot of hype. Well, you know, Dana White's behind him. He's being pushed a lot by UFC Fight Pass and everything. I'm curious, when you watch his tape and everything, is the hype justified? Do you see why people think he's so special?
Well, I mean, considering that he's a young kid, he's 22, hungry, a lot of bravado. So I can see why people are leaning towards him. You know, he's a young kid, strong, from Ireland. and you know that it's something that most people from Ireland bring. They bring that movement.
And considering obviously you are the New Yorker in this fight, but historically, you know, New York, they like their Irish fighters, especially in Madison Square Garden. Do you think it will be a split crowd in there, or do you think you'll get the cheers?
I'm pretty sure there would be a split crowd, you know, because New York is very diverse, you know. So there's gonna be a lot of Irish people in Madison Square, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have my people as well. I'm pretty sure I'll have some Irish people supporting me, and you know, I'm pretty sure he'll have Americans supporting him as well. So it should be a mix. Thank you, guys.
Well, Diego, a little bit of a different feel this week. Big lights, big stage, pay-per-view main card. How does it feel to be here in New York for UFC 295?
Un ambiente un poco distinto este fin de algo más grande, las luces de la ciudad, Nueva York, UFC 295, ¿cómo te sientes?
Pues me siento increíble, la verdad es que pues muy contento de estar aquí en New York, pues era uno de mis objetivos en mi carrera, pues un día pelear acá y pues estar cumpliendo ese sueño, pues para mí es algo increíble y pues muy emocionado pues para dar un gran espectáculo a todos.
Very excited. It was one of my dreams and one of my goals in my career to actually fight here in New York. So just to be here, it's an incredible moment in my career, and I'm ready to put on a show.
With it being on the main card, you know, right before there's 2 title fights on this main card, some other contenders, do you feel like this is a real opportunity to kind of break through, really gain a fan base, kind of get more of a promotional push going forward from the UFC?
Y estar en la cartelera principal, no solo en un evento como este también, pero como en dos peleas por cinturón después y con tantos grandes nombres, ¿crees que esta es una oportunidad en tu carrera, que después de eso estás a lo grande y que eso es una oportunidad para tener más promoción en el futuro? O sea, más cosas grandes vienen.
Sí, claro, yo creo que es una gran oportunidad, pues aún más está en lo main card, ¿no? Yo creo que pues para mí es algo muy significativo y pues para demostrar que en mi primera pelea pues no fue una casualidad tener este lugar ahí, ¿no? De que pues estoy hecho para cosas grandes y pues tengo que demostrarlo el sábado.
Yeah, I mean, being in the main card, being with all those names, and an incredible opportunity, but also it just to kind of to prove a point that my first fight when actually I was called on short notice, I deserve to be here. So just to prove to people that I deserve it.
Can you just kind of talk to me about what the last year has been like for you since that fight? Because, you know, you had 26 fights before you got to the UFC, and now you have like a big fan base. Every time you tweet or post on social media, you get all sorts of interactions. So can you talk to me about kind of what this experience has been like for you?
Puedes hablar un poco de este año en tu vida, o sea, tuviste 26 peleas antes de empezar el UFC y ahora tienes aficionados, tienes fans, tienes gente que cualquier cosa que pones, si pongas un tweet o hablas algo, la gente te sigue y te banca. ¿Cómo ha sido esto?
No, pues ha sido increíble, la verdad. Yo creo que pues todo lo que ha pasado en mi carrera pues es fruto de todo lo que he hecho antes de llegar al UFC, ¿no? Pues llevaba mucho tiempo tocando la puerta, por una por otra cosa no se daba, pues tenía una gran cantidad de fans en México, tenía bastantes seguidores. Y pues ahora que el mundo me conoce, yo creo que la puerta estará abierta pues para todo, ¿no? Entonces, tener el apoyo y cariño de todos los fans, pues es algo muy bueno y también pues estar interagido siempre con ellos, pues es algo que me gusta.
I think that everything has been a great year. Everything that's been happening in my career is a fruit of everything that I did before. I think I did have a good fan base before. People knew me in Mexico. Always interacted with the fans, but now that the world knows me, it's just a different. And I was, to come into the UFC, I was always knocking on that door. And when it finally happened, I think that now more doors are going to open, and it's so awesome to actually have the support and the love from all the fans. And I always love to interact with them as well.
And I think if you were to show a fighter that was coming to the UFC, like somebody to kind of, like you should market yourself or promote yourself, you would be a good example to show them. So I guess, how do you feel like you've connected with fans, though? What is it about you? Was it just the performance the first time, the underdog sort of thing? Is it your fighting style? Is it your communications with them online? What is it about you feel like has connected you with them?
Y si tuviera la oportunidad de ver con un peleador una peleadora que está empezando en la UFC ahora, que está llegando, como en verdad un caso de estudio que se puede tener de lo que hiciste. O sea, ¿cómo conectaste con la gente? ¿Cómo conectaste? ¿Es tu estilo? Bueno, ¿fue solo la performance adentro del octágono? ¿Fue tu estilo? ¿Fue la manera como te portas con la gente? ¿La manera como interaccionas? ¿Qué crees tú? ¿La manera como que estás, siempre te presentas? ¿Qué es que atrae tanto a la gente?
Pues yo creo que lo que atrae tanto a la gente es eso, pues ser espontáneo, ¿no? Ser la persona que eres, yo creo que eso te va a traer pues buenas cosas, ¿no? Y cuando eres buena persona, pues buenas personas se acercan a tu vida, ¿no? Y pues tener todo el cariño de los fans, pues para mí es algo muy bueno, y pues yo creo que es eso. Soy espontáneo, soy yo mismo, y pues bueno, obviamente pelo, ¿no? Yo creo que es algo que llamó la atención de todos.
I think being spontaneous, being natural, being yourself, and especially I am myself when I'm doing things, and also when you're a good person, I think you attract good people, and good people are going to surround you. So I just think it's the fact that I'm spontaneous, I'm always myself, and also, obviously, the hair, I understand it attracts a lot of attention.
Last one for me. Can you just kind of break down Pat Sabatini for us? 5-1 in the UFC. He's got some finishes, beat some good guys, has a good record. What do you see from him when you flip on his tape?
Y finalmente, Pat Sabatini, 5-1 en la UFC, par de finalizaciones. ¿Qué tienes para decir? Obviamente ha peleado a gente dura. ¿Qué tienes para decir de tu oponente?
No, pues nada, solo elogios para él, ¿no? Pues es un contrincante duro, pues tiene una buena racha dentro del UFC. Y pues bueno, yo quiero pelear así, yo quiero pelear con los más duros de la categoría, pues para demostrar que yo estoy listo pues para estar dentro del top.
Just all props to him. Tough guy, coming off of a good, as you said, time in the UFC, a good record in the UFC. But it's an opportunity for me to I like these fights. I like these tough fights, and an opportunity for me to show it to people. An opportunity for me to show to people what I'm capable of.
Diego, over here. Historically, when we have two fighters that are very high-level grapplers like you and Pat, it can kind of turn into a boxing match because neither of you really, you don't go to the canvas with each other. So I'm curious, when you do look at Pat, what do you make of his striking compared to yours?
Diego, cuando tenemos una situación como esta, que los dos están buenos en la lucha, están siempre bien en el suelo, a veces lo que terminamos por ver es una pelea de boxeo porque ninguno de los dos quiere meterse ahí en el ambiente del otro. ¿Cómo ves esto y cómo crees que va a ser una pelea en este sentido?
No, pues sabemos que normalmente siempre pasa, ¿no? Cuando son dos grapplers, pues la pelea a veces se traba un poco y se acaba pues resolviendo arriba, ¿no? Entonces es algo que pues nosotros estamos preparados pues para los intercambios de jiu-jitsu, de lucha, pero también estamos preparados pues para el boxeo, ¿no? Yo creo que justamente estoy en México pues por eso, ¿no? De que quiero mejorar mi boxeo y pues he mejorado bastante con mi coach Francisco Grasso y pues bueno, donde de la pelea pues nosotros estamos listos.
I think I understand it happens a lot, especially because the fight ends up stalling because of both of them are good in grappling and wrestling. So I understand that it could go up to exchanges. I think I'm ready for this. That's one of the reasons why I'm in Mexico training my coach Francisco Grasso. Just that my boxing has improved tremendously, and I think I'm ready for that to happen if it does.
And I'm curious, in America, there is kind of a healthy rivalry between, Division I All-American wrestling and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Jiu-Jitsu in general. So I'm curious, do you see that as kind of a rivalry, considering Pat, he is a Division I All-American, and you are obviously a very high-level decorated Jiu-Jitsu player?
Existe una rivalidadcita acá en Estados Unidos entre los luchadores americanos, o sea, aquellos de wrestling que han estado en universidades de primera división, o sea, este tipo de programa, en contra el jiu-jitsu y la práctica de jiu-jitsu, de Brazilian jiu-jitsu. ¿Cómo ves si existe un poco de esa rivalidad también? Porque Pat Sabatini viene de esa escuela de wrestling americana y vos condecorado en jiu-jitsu, o sea, vienes con buenas credenciales. ¿Cómo ves eso?
No, pues yo creo que es el choque, ¿no? Yo he escuchado bastante eso también, pues de la rivalidad que tiene acá en Estados Unidos el wrestling y pues el jiu-jitsu, ¿no? Y pues bueno, yo hago jiu-jitsu desde cuando tengo 5 años, pues me he topado con los más duros, pues donde he pasado para pelear, yo he topado con los más duros, ya sea en la lucha, en el strike, y pues bueno, yo solo quiero demostrar que soy un peleador cada vez más completo, y si la pelea se da en el piso, pues yo estoy listo para demostrar una vez más el nivel de mi jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, I see the clash. I understand that there's a bit of a rivalry between wrestling and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I think I've faced a lot of tough fighters. I've faced a lot of fighters that have taken me either through wrestling or grappling in general down to the ground. That this is an opportunity for me to actually show how much of a complete fighter I am and how better I've gotten to. And I've been doing Jiu-Jitsu since I was 5 years old.
Just at the back, Diego. Hi. In a recent interview, you said how since you've joined the UFC, you've been able to help your mum and dad out a bit. I'm just curious how you've managed to do that and what you hope to do for them in the future.
Desde el inicio de tu carrera en la UFC, tuviste la oportunidad de dar dijiste a la gente que tuviste la oportunidad de ayudar a tus papás, a tu papá y tu mamá en Brasil. Y estoy curioso para saber exactamente qué has podido hacer por ellos.
Sí, pues es simple, ¿no? Pues yo vengo de una familia pues muy humilde y pues bueno, como la mayoría de nosotros que venimos así de abajo, pues siempre buscamos dar el mejor pues para nuestros padres, ¿no? Que ellos no pasen por lo que nosotros pasamos al principio. Y pues hablando un poquito más específico de lo que yo pude hacer, pues a lo mejor para muchos va a sonar pues como una tontería, ¿no? Pero pues para mí es algo increíble porque imagínate, un niño que no tenía nada hoy puede dar cosas buenas para sus papás, ¿no? Foi pues isso, ajudar minha mamá a terminar de construir sua casa, equiparle toda a casa, comprar tudo novo, os móveis, podia ser a tele, refrigeradores, todo isso, todos os utensílios da casa, pues se lo comprei novo, ajudei a minha irmã também pues a terminar de construir sua casa, então eu peleo por eles, não? Eu he dicho desde o princípio que meu objetivo é ajudar a eles e pues mi dinero pues está destinado pues sempre pues para ajudá-los, não?
Yes, I think that when we come from nothing or we come from not much, we always look back and we try to, and whenever we have the opportunity, I think this propels us to actually help our parents because those are the ones that helped us to not go through the stuff that we did. More specifically, that I've been able to actually help my parents. For example, I know it may sound silly to a lot of people, but I've been able to help my mom finish the house, which is something that was very important. I mean, everything is furnished out there, all the appliances and everything. Just put everything together in the house. Also, my sister finish her house and finish her home. So I've been able to help them because I fight for them. That's the reason why I'm here, and I'm fighting for them to actually give them a better life as well.
Yeah, and in the future, what does that look like? What is the goal in terms of helping his family out? Is it buying a bigger house, a new car, as he goes through the ranks and earns more money and gets more fame? What does he actually want to achieve for his family?
Y has mencionado que
pueda pues ayudarles, darle una vida mejor, y poder sentar con mi mamá y con mi papá y decir, pa, mamá, escoja lo que guste, hoy en día ya no necesitamos estar pasando dificultad, ¿no? Entonces ese es mi objetivo. Y sí, o sea, solo quiero pues ayudarle a ellos, ayudarle a mis compañeros, a mi equipo, que es la gente que me ha traído a estar aquí. Y si la gente me pregunta, ¿no? ¿Y qué ha hecho con los 2 bonos que ha ganado? ¿No? ¿Ha comprado algo? ¿Ha comprado eso? Pues no, he invertido en mi carrera, pues donde he viajado ahorita, pues he traído pues todo mi equipo conmigo, pues para estar conmigo. He levado mi nutriólogo, pues para que estuviera conmigo, pues todo el campamento. Y pues yo creo que así es la manera de generar más dinero, ¿no? Invertir en tu carrera.
To continue to help the family as much as possible. Just to be with them, actually, to be with my parents. Actually, maybe my mom and say, Mom, Don't worry about it. Look, what do you need? And be able to provide when they have that. I mean, again, you fight for them. You want to continue to give them a better life. Everyone asks also as well, what'd you do with the bonus? What'd you do with the money? I actually gave the money back. I put the money back and invested into my career. One of the things that I've been having is my team trying to bring them here with me because that's the reason why I'm here. To bring, for example, my nutritionist with me throughout camp. This is the gift that keeps on giving. You actually, that's the best way to spend your money. Is to spend back, invest back in your career so you can get more money out of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, Callum. Pretty unique journey to perform on.
Yeah, definitely. Every fight is getting bigger and bigger, and it has to. You know, I'm knocking people out, and like my opponents haven't been giving me fights. You know, like I haven't had a fight yet. I'm 8-0 and I haven't been touched, so they have to give me bigger and better fights to try to see how good I am. You know, and this is just going to be another test, and we'll move on to the next.
Do you think that's something people are overlooking, right? They see the UFC vehicle behind you, they see Dana behind you, but they're kind of overlooking your skills and the fact that, hey, you're going in there and you're getting rid of these guys very easily, and actually you have the skills to back up the promotional push behind you.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Dana doesn't get behind anybody, you know, especially not a boxer. He only gets behind real fighters, and that's what I'm trying to prove, that I'm a real fighter, and that's why I never turned down an opponent. I never turned down a fight. I'm fighting whoever they put in front of me, and I'm trying to prove myself.
What do we make of Ismael? What are you expecting from him in the ring tomorrow?
I know he's not going to want to lose here in his hometown. You know, he's young, he's hungry, he knows what it feels like to lose. He had one loss. That was controversial, I heard, but I don't know. But he's not going to want to lose in front of his home crowd, so I'm expecting him to come out strong, and we'll see what happens. But I'm going to try and finish him here now tomorrow night. You know, like I'm coming into New York, into his backyard, and I'm going to try and put him away and show New York that I'm here to stay.
He was here earlier and he says he can sort of do it all depending on what you bring him, and he thinks, you know, it could turn into a brawl if you come aggressively, but I'm curious if you feel the same way. Can he stand there with you if you come onto him, and will it turn into a brawl, or will you just be too good?
He's too slow for me. By the time he throws 2 punches, I'll have 7 or 8, and it won't be a brawl. No. I'll finish him. It'll be very easy. I know I've prepared well for this fight. This will be my best camp, and I'm feeling very strong, very fit, and very fast, and he's too slow for me.
Coming up to the end of 2023, and it's been a big year for you. You know, your career's started to really rise up. Where do you think you will be in 12 months' time? With Dana behind you, the UFC behind you, with all this sort of vehicle pushing you, where do you think your career will be in 12 months' time?
You know, I never try to think that far ahead. I take it one fight at a time, and I just try to keep winning and keep getting my opponents out of there. But hopefully in 12 months' time, we'll have a few more belts up here and bit more money in my pocket, and I don't know, we'll see what happens.
Callum, I'm curious, just from your perspective, do you think more MMA or boxing fans know who you are, considering the UFC has kind of been the vehicle driving the ship lately?
I think a lot of both know me. I know MMA fans mightn't respect me as much as the boxing fans yet, you know, and that's what I'm still trying to prove. I'm still trying to gain that respect from the MMA fans, but yeah, I think a lot of fans know me just because, well, maybe more MMA fans because I'm being pushed a lot by Dana and the UFC. So I don't know, probably both, but I'd say boxing fans probably respect me more.
And has there been other maybe boxers that aren't involved in like the UFC Fight Pass and everything, Dana White, that have reached out to you just kind of curious how this has all been going on behind the scenes, considering the UFC and Dana are relatively new in promoting boxing?
Yeah, everybody's wondering what's going on. You know, nobody has a clue really what's going on, but I don't even know what's going on, to be honest. I'm just like I said, I'm just fighting whoever they tell me to fight and just doing whatever they tell me and seeing what happens.
And Ismael is in here, and he thinks it'll be pretty 50-50 in terms of the crowd, even though it is. He recognizes that he might be fighting in his backyard, but the Irish, you know, they like the Madison Square Garden fights in New York. So I'm curious, what are you expecting on Saturday when you make the walk, or this weekend?
Yeah, it could be 50-50. I have no idea, to be honest. You know, there's going to be a lot of Irish there, and the Irish are going to be loud. That's what I know. You know, the Irish are always loud. They always show up. They'll probably have a few drinks in them. You know, they'll be singing and cheering. But yeah, he'll have a big crowd. You know, he's a young prospect from here. He's going to bring a big crowd, and we'll put on a good fight for him.
And Callum over here. I know you've probably got kind of used to the being the UFC's guy and having Dana behind you. But at first, was that a lot of pressure? Like initially, was it something that you had to kind of get used to?
No, I never felt pressure. No, I don't feel pressure in any of my fights. And I just do what I always do. You know, I've been fighting my whole life. I don't feel any extra pressure that Dana's going to be there. I don't feel any extra pressure that they're pushing me a lot. You know, I have one job to do tomorrow night, and that's win the fight. And obviously after, I'll enjoy the fact that Dana was there. I'll appreciate the UFC promoting the fight. You know, I'll appreciate everything that everyone does for me. But before the fights, no, I don't feel any pressure. I just know that I'm going to go in there and do what I always do, and there could be anybody sitting there. It doesn't matter.
And I know this is a very unique situation. I guess Dana's relationship with you, is he kind of like an advisory role? Is he kind of a promoting role? Like, kind of what is his exact influence on you? Or all the above?
I have no idea. Like I said, I just fight. I just do the fight. Dana's the best promoter in the world, you know, so he knows what he's doing. And between him and Tom, they know what they're at. I just fight.
Thanks.
Callum over here. Yesterday we talked about your potential move to MMA as well as boxing. How can you realistically do that? Do you think within a 12-month span or after your boxing career, do you want to do both at the same time in a few months span?
I'm 22 years old, you know. I've been training some MMA with Tony Ferguson for the last couple of years, you know. I've trained with a lot of UFC fighters, and even for Kevin Holland's last fight, I've done some stuff with him. And like I said, I'm 22 years old. I've a lot of time if I want to do it, you know. And I respect the sport of MMA, and I respect all the UFC enough to know that I'm not going to be able to just walk in there. It's not possible, you know. You can't just be a good boxer and expect to just get in the cage and do well, you know. It's not going to happen. So my main priority right now is boxing. See how I get on, see if I like it, and if I think I'll do well, we'll see how big of a name I am in a couple of years, and see how easy it will be, you know, to deal with Dana and see if I can do it. And that's the thing. I want to do it right. You know, I don't want to be a fella to just go in there and just get smashed in 20 seconds. You know, I want to do. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it right.
What's up?
Well, Matt, right here. Another fight week here ahead of a Madison Square Garden fight. So I'm curious, an old hat for you. You did this all last year, but what's been fight week? What's been preparation for you? Been like for you this camp?
It's been amazing, man. I got two teammates on the card, Nazim and Dennis Bazooka. So it's like the energy at the gym has been unreal. We all feed off each other, you know, and the slogan all camp has been "Not in our house." You know, Madison Square Garden is our house. We're all New Yorkers, and we're ready to protect our homeland.
You're fighting Benoit Saint Denis, who after his last performance in Paris, a lot of fans online, you know, they're describing him as one of the most violent fighters just in the division. So I'm curious, when that name came across, a name that probably not a lot of people close to the top 15 or in the top 15 are taking, when his name came across, what went through your mind?
It excited me. You know, I was ready to fight anybody at MSG, but when they came with me with Benoit, that I got excited. You know, that's what I want. I want to fight the boogeyman. I want to fight the guys that people don't want to fight. And, you know, his nickname's the God of War, but I'm going to show the world that he's just a man.
Were there any other names that came across you? Because obviously we just assumed you would be fighting Patty either on this card or December. And then I think fans are excited for this fight, but it just kind of came as a surprise.
No names, but I was ready for anybody at Madison Square Garden. And I was hoping for, you know, an exciting fight. And even rankings aside, I don't care about these rankings. I want the fights that excite me. And this fight does that.
I'm curious, you're obviously riding this knockout streak, but before this streak, you weren't scoring a ton of knockouts outside, like early in your career you did. So I'm curious, what change in camp, if anything, has led to this string of knockouts that we hadn't really seen from you in the UFC?
It has to be the godfather of MMA, Ray Longo himself, the legend. You know, he wanted me to really dial in on my boxing, and we did that. I always joke around with Coach. I'm like, come on, I got too many weapons just for hands. But he really wanted me to focus on the sweet science. And, I put all my trust in him. I told him make me the next Long Island champion. And what he says, I do. And he hasn't led me the wrong way yet.
Well, kind of going off of that, a lot of your finishes have come with your back to the fence and your opponents coming at you. So what specifically about that did maybe Ray see that this might be the opening that you specifically could take advantage of?
He always wants me to work on my awareness and being able to strike moving forward, backwards, and having good movement. And, we do movement every day and just keep drilling in and training hard, and it's been paying off.
Steamer, we're back here. Hey, what's going on, brother?
How you doing?
How you doing? So different story, same story, different day. Just like the Drew Dober fight, you are a heavy underdog going into this fight. Is this added incentive just to, kind of prove people wrong and make casinos lose their money and people betting against you lose their money?
I've been an underdog my entire life. I thrive as the underdog, and I love it. I've been overachieving my entire life too. Nothing but hard work and grit. I was never the fastest, I was never the strongest, but I always worked my ass off and wanted it more, and that's what I am, that's who I am, and that's what I'm going to do Saturday night.
I saw you brought the boat with you, the best brother of all time, Cheese Roller. What advice did he give you, especially with such a layoff from May to now and fighting another monster, another tough opponent? What advice did he give to you and support?
Oh, the Cheese Roller always makes me like videos and stuff and like breaks down my opponents, and then I always show Ray, and just Ray like laughs it off. But I mean, he helps me out a lot. He's always helping me with my social media and talking with me, and I wouldn't be where I'm at without him, without my dad, without my team, without my family. And I'm lucky to have it, and I feel really blessed that I can, share these experiences with them. Every fight week, I got the peanut gallery running around with me, and we're having fun with it.
So one more question from me. From your last fight till now, obviously training at Ray Longo's gym, Murders Row, and you have multiple teammates that are fighting on this card. What tools have you added to your arsenal? Can you give us a preview of coming attractions of what you're going to show off in this next fight?
Yeah, I've got a lot of weapons in the arsenal that I haven't been able to show, in the octagon. And I think that Benoit is a perfect opponent. He's so well-rounded. He's on a 4-fight finishing streak with submissions and TKOs. And he's the perfect opponent that I could show all of my martial arts. I'm a mixed martial artist, not just a heavy-handed brawler. And I'm ready to show that I have jiu-jitsu, I have wrestling, I have Muay Thai, and I have boxing. And the way that I put it all together in the octagon is what I do best and what comes most natural.
Thank you very much.
Matt over here. How does it feel to be repping New York as the lone New York native of the main card?
Dude, it feels great. I'm a New York born and bred. I got Long Island blood pumping through my veins, and I've got bacon, egg, and cheese all over, all in my body, and pizza, Sinelli's Pizza, just pumping in me, and I'm gonna go out there and represent the New York people well.
And then obviously, man, your opponent can take a lot of damage. I mean, his fight with EDS has been on display. The highlights of him just getting walked down and still standing. So you having knockout power, how do you go up against someone that can maybe take those punches over and over again? Like, what's the game plan if you're not able to shut his lights out?
Every fight I'm prepared for a 15-minute war if it needs to be that. But, that's what they said about Dober. Before I fought Dober, they said nobody knocked him out. And then I knocked him out. Before I fought Ottman, he was undefeated. I gave him his first loss. Before I fought Valdez, he was undefeated. Gave him his first loss. That's what I do. I show that the impossible is possible, and that's what I'm going to do Saturday night.
And then last one from me. I saw you tweeted that the veteran shorts aren't happening. Any idea why that kit didn't happen?
No, I'm not sure why, but I'm dedicating this fight to all the brave men and women out there who served our country, and all the veterans out there. So I'm proud to fight on Veterans Day, and I'm dedicating that to all of them.
Tough year for the Mets, huh?
What'd you say? Oh.
Right, other side.
Oh.
Tough year for the Mets, huh?
Oh yeah, man. I don't want to talk about baseball. All right, thanks, guys.
já, logo mais, na sequência.
Jessica, how's it feel? Pretty big card here, Madison Square Garden. You must be excited to get back in there, huh?
Como é que você está se sentindo? Tremendo do evento aqui em Nova York. Imagino que você está querendo entrar naquele octógono o mais rápido possível.
Sem dúvida, né? Era um dos meus sonhos da minha lista, né? Poder lutar aqui em Nova York. E isso está acontecendo, então estou muito empolgada, muito ansiosa e pronta para chegar sábado e fazer um bom trabalho.
Of course, it was one of my dreams and something that was on my list actually to fight in New York. So I'm very excited, very, very anxious, and cannot wait to actually go and very ready to get into Octagon on Saturday.
Talk to me about your mentality coming into this fight. This will be the fourth time that we've seen you this year competing. The fifth time that we've seen you competing. The last three have not gone your way. So I guess how have you compartmentalized that? How have you processed that? And I guess what do you need to do this time around to go get the win?
Fala pra gente um pouquinho desse ano, ou seja, a quinta vez que a gente vai te ver lutando, as últimas três não foram da maneira como você quis. Como é que você internaliza isso e como é que você joga a bola para frente?
Bom, estou muito feliz de estar fazendo 5 lutas esse ano, né? Eu acho que poucas mulheres conseguiram fazer isso, né? Então é mais um fato histórico dentro da minha carreira. Mas eu estou pronta para essa luta, né? Por mais que eu esteja vindo de 3 derrotas consecutivas, isso só me motiva e me empolga mais para buscar a vitória. Então eu tô pronta para esse sábado, estou pronta para a minha quinta luta esse ano e se Deus quiser, e como eu também quero muito fechar esse ano com essa vitória e fechar com chave de ouro.
I'm very excited because I don't know if anyone has ever done that, like fighting 5 times in a year. I understand that things didn't go my way the other fights, but I just I'm excited because I really want this to. It's again part of my history again. To turn things around and to have a different outcome, and God willing, and myself too. I have the willpower for this. I want it a lot. Just close the year with golden keys, like we like to say in Brazil.
And given the results, I mean, you're a former champion. You have a lot of respect. You get a lot of respect from fans and from the promoters, I'm sure. But do you start to feel any pressure when the results aren't coming about your position in this, in the division, in the future going forward? So I guess, do you feel like your back's up against the wall at all going into this?
Você sente alguma pressão? Você já foi campeã, você é uma pessoa que tem história, mas você sente a pressão? Começa a bater água, né? Você sente que você está contra a parede por conta dos resultados que você teve e que você tem que mudar essa situação o mais rápido possível?
Olha, dentro da minha cabeça, sim, né? A gente tem essa pressão, eu sinto também que eu tenho que fazer mais, que eu tenho que buscar a vitória, até mesmo para eu manter o meu lugar dentro da categoria e também o meu lugar dentro do UFC. Então tem sim um pouco de pressão, mas eu acho que já passei por tantas coisas ruins, por tantas coisas dentro da minha carreira, que é mais motivação do que pressão. É motivação para chegar lá, fazer uma boa luta, é motivação para voltar às vitórias. Então tem um pouco de pressão, mas é mais motivação do que pressão.
I think there is a lot of pressure, actually more pressure on myself. To turn things around and to have a different outcome. You obviously feel the pressure that you want to have a different outcome going forward. But I think for me, I've seen so many things throughout my career in the UFC that to me is more motivation. Is motivation to get back in the win column. Is motivation to have a comeback. Is motivation to actually keep my place in there. So for me, is more motivation than pressure.
And do you feel like Mackenzie Dern's a good opponent stylistically for you to kind of get back on that horse? And if so, why do you like the matchup?
Em termos de estilo, você acha que casa bem, que a Mackenzie Dern é oponente perfeita para você virar a mesa e seguir por outro caminho?
Eu acredito que sim, né? Essa luta já era para ter acontecido algum tempo atrás e não aconteceu. Mas eu acho que é uma luta perfeita para mim. É um jogo de estilos que casa muito, né? Eu sou muito boa em defesa de queda. Eu tenho jiu-jitsu, eu tenho chão, mas eu sei que o chão dela, o jiu-jitsu dela é melhor que o meu. Agora, na trocação, ela ainda está evoluindo e eu já estou um nível acima. Então, acredito que é uma luta que casou bem. e eu espero conseguir colocar em prática tudo que eu treinei e toda a estratégia que a minha equipe montou para mim.
I think that's a great fight as far as matchmaking goes. I think it's a fight that should have happened in the past. It's finally happening. I think as far as style, she's definitely got an edge there on the jiu-jitsu and her ground game. But as far as the stand-up game, I think she's gotten better in striking, but I don't think that she's at my level. I mean, I'm in a very high level of striking, so yeah, I got that style against her. So I think that stylistically, as you mentioned, like matchmaking, it was really good. This is a good matchup.
Jessica, I had heard that you did a little bit of training with Tatiana Suarez. I'm curious how true that is and what you got from training with her.
Escutei que você treinou com a Tatiana Soares. Quero saber se é boato ou é verdade e como é que foi? O que você extraiu disso?
Sim, eu treinei com a Tatiana, né? Esse camp o meu mestre deixou na mão do Ali, né? Que é o meu empresário, e o Ali planejou todos os treinos, e um dos treinos era na Extreme Couture, que é onde a Tatiana treina. Então a gente treinou bastante lá, toda segunda e sexta-feira, no final da tarde tem esse treino com a Ali Puxa, e a Tatiana sempre estava lá. Então assim que a Tatiana se recuperou da nossa luta, ela já estava lá no treinamento, e a gente fez muitos treinos. E olha, vou te falar, muito dura, muito boa de wrestling. Não tenho o que dizer, me ajuda para essa luta, porque com os treinamentos com ela eu consegui perceber o meu nível de defesa de queda, melhorar cada vez mais, e ela é muito forte, muito forte.
Yeah, for this camp, actually, Master just put it in the hands of Ali, my manager. So actually, he was able to set some things up, and we were actually going to Extreme Couture, and that's what she was. So actually twice a week for a while. When she recovered from our fight, she showed up for all of them. So Monday and Friday, we're going at it. We sparred a lot. We actually did a lot of training, and actually I learned a lot because I wanted to see my level, and I think I got to understand wherever I'm at, especially in the takedown defense, which I think I'm getting stronger, and I got to improve. And also, she is very strong. She's a strong girl.
Is that something you want to do moving forward, having more of these training sessions with past opponents, even though they are still in your division in the top 10?
É uma coisa que você gostaria de fazer no futuro? Talvez fazer uns sparrings, fazer uns treinamentos contra a gente que você já enfrentou, mesmo com o fato de que elas estão tudo no top 10 junto com você?
Eu acredito que dentro do nosso esporte ali, a gente sempre vai acabar se encontrando, seja num treino, seja lá no UFC, acontece. Mas assim, a gente acaba pegando uma amizade com a pessoa, né? E isso aí pode prejudicar o futuro. Mas eu acho que sou uma pessoa que consegue diferenciar bem o que é trabalho, o que é amizade, né? Eu acho que pro lado de fora do octógono, todos nós somos seres humanos iguais, a gente busca a mesma coisa. Mas seria muito bom poder treinar com outras meninas da minha divisão. Eu já fiz isso muitas vezes. A Tatiana é mais uma que acabou acontecendo isso. Mas eu espero sim ter a oportunidade de treinar com outras meninas da mesma categoria. E eu sei dividir bem o que é luta, o que é trabalho e o que é fora do octógono.
I think that, me, women being in our division, I think we're always going to bump into each other. We're going to bump into each other at the UFC. We're going to bump into each other like someone going to a gym. So the possibility is there. I like it, and I wish I could do it more. One of the things that happens is you end up going closer to the person. Like you actually become friends because of the training piece. We're all there to help each other, but I know how to differentiate that. Like I'm good at that, and just understanding what is training, what is friendship, and what's business. So I would love to continue to have the opportunity to do it, especially because I'm good at the differentiation. Like listen, you're my friend, and this is professional.
And one last one for me. You can answer this if you want. Mackenzie was in here earlier, and she was very vocal that she was going through stuff in her personal life between fights, and she brought up that she thinks you're going through something similar. And she said these are her words: fans get to watch us let out all of our stress against each other in the fight, which she thinks will be beneficial to the fans that want to watch this fight. So I'm curious what you make of what Mackenzie's prediction for how this fight will play out.
A Mackenzie estava aqui antes, hoje, e ela chegou, você pode responder se você quiser, ela estava aqui, ela chegou a mencionar, e foi muito aberta em relação às coisas que ela está passando na vida pessoal dela. E ela disse assim, olha, ela também mencionando você, que mencionou que você também está passando por coisas na tua vida pessoal, e falou que os fãs podem talvez tenham a oportunidade de ver uma sessão de desestresse e de descarrego no octógono. Então vocês basicamente vão soltar todos os cachorros lá. Você acha isso mesmo? Isso é uma coisa que, se você normalmente se quiser responder, foi a primeira coisa que ele falou. É isso mesmo? Existe essa possibilidade? Como é que você vê o que ela falou?
Sem dúvida, eu acho que é isso que vai acontecer, né? Vai ser uma sessão de descarrego dentro do octógono, né? Eu acho que eu e ela, eu tô há um tempo a mais do que ela, né? Porque o meu divórcio começou bem antes do que o dela. Mas a gente está passando exatamente pela mesma situação, pela mesma coisa. Eu sei bem como é isso. No começo não parece que vai te atrapalhar tanto, mas depois você percebe que sim, faz uma diferença muito grande. Mexe com a nossa mente, com a nossa cabeça. Mas eu acho que vai ser isso. Eu acho que nós duas vamos entrar lá dentro para dar o nosso melhor, desestressar e fazer de tudo para sair com a vitória, né? Porque, querendo ou não, também influencia a parte financeira, né? Então, nós duas estamos precisando dessa vitória. Com certeza, eu acho que vai ser uma das melhores lutas da noite.
Without a shadow of a doubt. I know she's going through that. I'm going through it as well. It's going to be a session, and I use the term that we said, like, basically when you go out and let the demons out. So that's what's going to happen. We're going to go in there and just let our demons out. I think that people don't understand. First of all, I actually have gone through what she's gone through for even longer because my divorce started earlier than hers. And it's an opportunity for us to go at it and definitely you think initially that this is not going to bother you, but then later on it really kind of it starts bothering you through the fighting piece. But I think on Saturday, no doubt, we're going to go at it. We're going to take it out on each other, and also is like, let out the stress. But also that you mentioned actually takes a toll financially. So why not? We're going for this as well because it helps us out dealing with it financially.
E quando acabar a luta, aí a gente vai trocar informações sobre os divórcios.
And when the fight is over, just going to exchange information about how the divorces are going.